Hello, g'day, buongiorno, ciao, hola, aloha, however you want to say it. Welcome, welcome to the Defence Rests. And today we're going to continue on to our trial with the Brooke, Skyler, Richardson pregnancy teenage cheerleader trial. We finished up yesterday with one of the obstetricians. We've heard from the father, who was completely unaware of the pregnancy. In fact, everybody was unaware of the pregnancy. Brooke kept it a secret for the entire duration. She did not look pregnant. She gave birth during the night in her room, all alone, and claims it was a stillbirth, and then buried the little baby girl called Annabelle, into her backyard and told nobody. And it wasn't until she went back to her OBGYN to get birth control pills that they questioned her about it. And then the story goes from there. So let's continue after the intro.
Just served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
All right. Happy Twerky Tuesday, everyone. I hope you all had a good Monday, Manana Monday, Twerky Tuesday. And I hope you all had a great weekend and have stayed safe out of the reach of the nasty hurricane that has embraced the US. Quite a number of people have been affected in this particular chat as well, and my heart goes out to all of you. My prayers, my thoughts of dry weather, and as much love as I can give. So stay safe and look after each other. Oh, good morning, Mr. Brybear. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're all recovering nicely as well. Lovely to see you. So today, as I said, it's an older trial. It's back in 2019, and it was actually a trial that one of our audience suggested that we cover, because the defense attorney in this trial, his skills apparently are amazing. And in fact, the entire courtroom procedures, it's very well run. It's extremely it's professional, and it's smooth. None of these sidebars, and we've got lots and lots of pre-done stipulations, so there's no BS, which is really good. And it's an interesting case as well. Unfortunately, good morning, Christine. How are you? It's an interesting case in that, I don't know how this girl managed to go through that entire process of pregnancy and childbirth alone without telling a soul, not even her mother, who was downstairs, and to keep that a secret for, I think it was 2 months before she went back to the obstetrician to get birth control pills. Now, she allegedly only went to the obstetrician to get birth control. Good morning, Tricia. Thank you. She went there with her mother initially to obtain birth control pills, because she was seeing a boy from school. And at that doctor's appointment, they did a pregnancy test and then an ultrasound, and discovered that she was approximately 32 weeks pregnant. And she claims that was the first time that she found out. She did not tell her mother then, and then 10 days later gave birth to a full-term baby girl. she had not prepared for this child. She had not done any prenatal care. She had not bought any clothing, cots, nothing at all. And whilst that's not a crime in itself, the only thing that this trial has really, beyond a reasonable doubt, created in my mind is that their definition of naive is my definition of irresponsible and selfish, basically. So, yes, what's that? It's nice to be able to focus on the crime and the evidence, yes, versus the shenanigans. Absolutely. And this, I was told that this case was going to be, the lawyering in it was top notch, which is one of the things that I know it's a controversial topic, but I'm trying to actually focus on the lawyering and the skills that themselves and how the defence attorney presents this case, because initially hearing what the basis of this trial is about, despite the fact that everyone is innocent until proven guilty, I still went, I don't know. Yeah. Good morning, Regina. Lovely to see you. Welcome. So, I know there was a couple of people yesterday in chat who this topic particularly triggered, and I apologise for that, but I do thank you very much for sharing. And I'm wary of how this trial affects people, and we're here for this community is here, in my mind, to support one another and be there for each other. So, yes, and it has been. It's been amazing. All right, so let's continue. Today we go into Dr. Casey Boyce. Now, she's the OBGYN that Skyler went to see after she'd had the baby, and like 2 months down the track, to get her birth control pill refill. And that's when they start questioning her about the pregnancy. So her testimony is up first, and then I think we go into the medical examiners and whatnot. So we'll go from there. So let's add that to our stage. Bring up. There we go. I have it boosted. I have CC's on, and go.
Or purpose for that appointment?
Birth control refill.
And you said that was a refill?
Yes.
Doctor, on that date, were you aware that she had previously seen one of your colleagues, Dr. Andrew?
Yes.
And that appointment occurred on April 26th of 2017?
Yes.
When you,
Good
prior
morning,
to that,
little handmaids.
the actual appointment on July 12th, what information did you have about the prior appointment on April 26th?
Dr. Andrew took me in a little conference room and told me that he had seen her previously and that she had been pregnant.
Did he indicate to you at that previous appointment that she had come in for birth control at that time as well?
Yes.
And you said that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that he was the doctor that in fact confirmed the pregnancy for her?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to why she wasn't returning to him on this appointment on July 12th?
I did not know why.
Okay. And did he give you any information about her demeanor at that prior appointment?
He said she was tearful and upset when she was told she was pregnant.
Okay. Did he give you any indication about whether or not she had made statements about not being able to have that baby or not being able to tell anyone about the baby?
He had said that she had said not to tell her mom.
Okay. Did you have any understanding after he had diagnosed or confirmed her pregnancy on April 26th as to whether or not she scheduled any of the follow-up appointments that he wanted her to have?
She had not been seen at our practice since that appointment.
Okay, thank you. So on that date, how did you first come into contact with Miss Richardson?
I went in the exam room to see her.
So is this Julia Craft on that's doing the direct examination now? Is it hand knits? I heard the price of coffee is getting ready to go through the roof. Oh God, no, don't tell me that. I've got one in hand right now. I don't think I'd be able to stream this time of night without it. Don't say that. Oh. And then bananas. What will I do for my potassium?
Or like I do every other patient.
Had she already been checked in by another nurse?
By the medical assistant, yes.
Medical assistant, would that have been Ashley Sparkman?
Correct, yes.
Did Ashley give you any information that she had obtained when she checked Ms. Richardson in prior to you going into the exam room?
I don't remember her saying anything other than she is here and she's ready for you to see her.
Okay. Did she give you any indication of whether or not she still appeared to be pregnant?
She did say she doesn't look pregnant.
Okay. And did she give you any indication about what her demeanor was or how she was acting in the exam room?
I don't remember.
Okay, thank you. After speaking with Ashley, did you then go into the exam room yourself?
Yes.
Oh,
And
I saw that.
when you go in there, how does the conversation start? Walk us through it, if you will.
What was it? Emerson's disease, right? I just saw that comment, sorry.
I walk in, I always introduce myself, say I'm Dr. Casey Boyce, it's nice to see you. I sit down, I say, what brings you in today?
Mhm.
And she says to get a refill on her birth control. And then I say, okay, I'll be happy to do that. But I have to ask you, the last time you were here, you were pregnant and you're no longer pregnant. What happened?
And how did she respond at that time, doctor?
She started crying.
And did she give you any indication as to what happened to the child that she was pregnant with on April 26th?
Yes, she started sobbing and she said, I had it alone in my house and I buried it in my backyard.
And when you heard this information from her, what did you do in response?
I asked a few more questions. I was kind of in a state of shock. I said, does anyone know about this? And she said, no. I said, no one heard you have the baby? She said, no. I said, labor is incredibly painful. And she started crying harder and said, yes, it's awful. I said, no one knows. She said, no. And I said, I'm the first person on the planet you've ever told? Yes. She said she cleaned everything up and buried it in the backyard and nobody knew.
Okay. Let me go through that with you a little bit. When you tried to ask her some questions to ascertain what had happened, did she indicate to you when she started cramping or when she believed she was going into labor?
Sometime earlier that day.
Okay. And did she indicate to you, do you recall when she had the baby?
In the middle of the night.
And would that have been on May 7th of 2007?
No, she started cramping before she went to her prom, and then that night, then she went to a basketball game the next day with her parents in pain, and then they all came back to their house and the boyfriend stayed, but he had a curfew and had to go at 10:30 and she had the baby that night. So it could have been up to 48 hours that she was in labor, which may have contributed.
17?
That's what she said, yes, May 7th in the middle of the night.
So she has the baby May 7th, 2017 in the middle of the night, started cramping earlier that day?
Yes.
And did she indicate to you at that time when she started cramping earlier that day that she knew or had suspicion of what was happening?
Yes, she said she had felt some pain and kind of knew what was going to happen.
Okay. And then she goes into labor in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Okay. Did she indicate to you where in the house she had the baby?
I don't remember that anymore.
You don't remember that anymore? What do you mean?
statement that I made to the police.
Mm.
And in the statement to the police, I said in her bedroom. I don't remember those details anymore.
Okay, well, it's been 2 years, correct?
Correct.
It's been a long time. Actually, we're more
What
than,
affects me is that they don't document a great deal. Like the previous OBGYN hardly documented anything. And for someone who just turns up in your office and surprisingly is 32 weeks pregnant, you would think that they would do a more thorough examination than they did. They did not even do any measurements in the ultrasound. They didn't check the placental placement. They checked the position of the baby, but they didn't check the what's it called? The fluid levels. Brain dead. Nothing. They did nothing. Yeah, and it just strikes me as odd. There's not a lot of documentation that these specialists kept.
2 years out at this point.
Yeah,
But you said
I'm feeling ya.
and let me back up for a little. You recall giving a statement to the police at the time the investigation occurred?
Correct.
And it was recorded?
Correct.
And that interview or statement that you gave to the police, you would agree it was, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but it was made within days of you making a report to the police?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you've had an opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
And when you made that statement within days of having that appointment, that interaction with the defendant, you recalled her telling you that the child was born in the bedroom?
That's what I said then.
Okay. And then after that, what did she say next?
I don't remember the exact sequence of details,
To the best that you can.
but I did offer to do a physical exam and she declined. And I said that there can be some, I don't know what word I used then, some trauma or changes. And she declined and I did not push it. And I encouraged her to get counseling because this was something that she would need professional help for.
Okay. When she said that she buried everything, did she tell you what everything was?
Not that I remember.
You don't know if that included, and I'll start using some terms here, but the placenta, the afterbirth, all of those
I don't
things.
remember that she used any details, just everything.
Everything was buried?
Yeah.
And that was in her backyard?
Yes.
Did she ever make any statements to you about the condition of the umbilical cord?
She did not.
She never made a statement about it being wrapped around the baby's neck?
No.
She never made a statement about it not being attached to the baby?
No, not that I recall.
Or a statement about it not being attached to the placenta?
No.
No statements. You said that you asked her who else knew. Did she indicate if other people were home at the time?
Yes, I asked her if there was anyone else in the house, and she said yes.
And do you remember questioning her or asking her about how it was possible that no one would have heard her? Because as you said, it's a painful experience.
Yes, I said I think that's when I brought up, it's an incredibly painful, awful process. And she said yes. And I said, no one heard you, no one knew. And she said no.
Do you recall her telling you that she did not want anyone to know?
I don't remember her ever saying she didn't want anyone to know, but she didn't want me to tell anyone about that I knew.
Okay. And you said when you explained to her that it was an awful, very painful process?
Correct, labor.
And she agreed with you that it was?
Yes.
Did she give you any indication how she was able to remain silent throughout that process?
She did not.
Okay. And doctor, I'm going to assume most people in the jury have some experience with childbirth, but when you say it's a very awful, painful experience, what do you mean?
When you go through childbirth, it
bloody
is
hurts.
almost considered a trauma. Your uterus is a big, huge muscle. It contracts. Those contractions are very painful. The baby's head and shoulders delivering out. through the birth canal, through the vagina. That area has never been stretched that far. It's very painful. You can have significant tears. It's just a painful, traumatic experience, change in your body.
And in your experience as a doctor, how many?
Do you know what? I actually have I've got, believe it or not, it's on a VHS. That's how old it is. But I had my sister record my second daughter's birth, and I did not make one sound. The only time that you knew that I was having a contraction was my toes. My toes would wiggle. Not a sound. Didn't want anyone to touch me. Stay away from me. Just.
Babies have you delivered
in my lifetime?
In your lifetime?
I don't know. Probably 1,000.
Okay. When there is no medication or numbing agent or anything like that used, is it typically a quiet experience?
Usually not, unless they're very motivated, and usually not.
Yeah, I didn't even have a Tylenol. With my second, nothing.
And so as she's sharing this information with you, I believe you said you asked her, so nobody knows, I'm the first person.
Yes.
And she confirmed that since May 7th, she had not disclosed to anyone that she had given birth to a child.
Correct.
Or that child was buried in the backyard.
Correct.
Yeah, my second was an hour and a half from start to finish. And she was 8 pounds, half an ounce. But I had to be induced with both of them. They didn't want to come out. They were nice and comfy in there.
You said that you then told her you wanted to perform an internal examination. And why is that, doctor? What is your concern at that time, and why do you think that an internal examination is necessary?
As I said, when you have a childbirth, sometimes the area is stretched. You can have a laceration or tear, and usually we repair that at the time. So I just wanted to make sure that her perineum, her body, her vagina had healed properly from the delivery.
And you said that she declined to let you perform that exam?
Correct.
Did she give you any explanation as to why she would not let you perform the exam?
No, she just said no, and I wasn't going to push it.
When you said that you weren't going to push it, was that because you had no concerns about the physical state of her body, or just because of her mental state at that point?
Because she was so upset, and everything, it had been so far out. People were completely healed 6 weeks out. So there's not really anything that I could do to help at that point in time.
Doctor, did you ultimately refill her prescription for the birth control?
I did.
And then you said after that you gave her some counseling or some advice?
I told her that she should seek counseling and professional help because this was a traumatic psychological event, and that she would need help to cope and get past this.
After that visit or that appointment concluded, did you have any further contact with her?
No.
After she left that day, did you have a conference with Dr. Andrew again?
I did.
And did you ultimately confer with legal counsel?
We did.
And did you make a decision based on the information that Dr. Andrew had and the information that you had to notify the police?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, if I may have one moment.
Rupert, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, Dr. Boyce.
Good afternoon.
It's common part of your practice to have the different doctors in your group see the same patient, right?
Correct, yes.
And it is typical that you and Dr. Andrew might both on separate occasions see the same patient.
Yes.
When Skyler described what happened on May 7th, she described...
It sounds like she would have refused it anyway. You know, she didn't even know what labour entailed. Yeah. Bury your head in the snow and it won't go away.
Grab a dead baby, correct?
Correct.
And she did not have to come back to Hilltop on July 12th, right?
No.
But she did.
Yes.
And she gave you the exact date when she had the delivery, correct?
Yes, May 7th.
And she told you that she buried her in her backyard, correct?
Correct.
And when she told you about her stillbirth, you believed her, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection, but you're able to disregard that last response.
When she told you about her baby, she actually cried visible tears, correct?
Yes.
And people in your office, on your staff, could hear her sobbing through the walls of the exam room, correct?
Correct.
And that's while she was describing her stillbirth.
Correct.
And when you talked to the police in July or August of 2017, you just repeated things from memory and didn't think that the prosecutor's office might make a big deal about whether or not Skyler said in the bedroom or bathroom. Is that right?
Correct.
And now, thinking back on it, you don't know what Skyler told you about where she had her baby. Is that right?
I do not remember that detail.
The prosecutor asked you if Skyler said she never had to cut the umbilical cord. Do you remember that question?
What was your question?
She asked you if Skyler said, I didn't have to cut the cord. The
Correct.
prosecutor asked you that.
Correct.
Did you ask her if she had to cut the cord?
I did not.
Did you ask her any specifics about the umbilical cord?
I did not.
You practiced at Hilltop for how long?
12. Approximate. Yes. Yes.
Okay, about 1,000, a lot.
A lot.
And you see a number of pregnant women as part of your weekly practice, correct?
Yes.
As part of your weekly practice, I want to talk to you a little bit about fundal height measurements.
Okay.
Do you use this tape when you take a fundal height measurement as part of your weekly practice?
Yes.
And when do you take a fundal height measurement?
After 20 weeks.
And how often after 20 weeks would you take a fundal height measurement?
Usually every appointment.
Why is that important?
The fundal height, which is a measurement from the top of the pubic bone to the top of the uterus, should measure within 2 centimeters of the number of weeks of a patient.
And if it's smaller by outside of 2 centimeters, what does that indicate to you?
That the baby might be smaller than it should be.
And can that be a problem?
Yes.
Records are critical in your practice, is that correct?
Correct.
Record keeping?
Yes.
In your practice, you keep records electronically, correct?
Correct.
And all of your doctors practice the same or similar record keeping techniques, correct?
I object as to what other doctors do.
Overall, go ahead and answer.
Correct.
And if someone were to write down in a chart, fundal height 32 centimeters, what does that tell you as a...
Hello, my lady. Would you like to come on stage? Good evening, madam.
Hang on, I just got to drag up a chair.
How are we? Surprise.
Surprise.
How are you, Miss T?
Oh, yeah, same stuff, different day.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I had this book
That's
in my
okay.
ear and went, yay, Tanya
Hey,
got herself
Bri, how
a
are
new
you?
computer. Yeah.
New computer.
So she's having a play.
That's it. So have you watched this trial all the way through?
No, we're still at the end of, coming to the end of day 1, start of day 2.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so we're getting to this is the OBGYN.
I'm a bit further ahead than you then.
Oh, so you've been watching it, so you know the story?
Yeah,
Okay,
been
cool.
binging. Yeah.
No spoilers because I haven't seen it. I don't know what the outcome is at all.
No worries.
But yeah, I think it's I think it's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Definitely.
Good. Just go like this if you need me to pause. Actually,
Okay.
I don't even know if you can pause it from you because you're an admin, so you probably can't. You can bring up chat from there though, I think. Have a go. See if you can click on Bryce and put it up on screen. Yay! There you go. You're on comment duty then.
Oh, okay.
That the pregnancy should be between 30 and 34 weeks along.
And this sounds like a very obvious question, but that fundal height, 32 centimeters in a record, what does that tell you about the patient's fundal height?
That he measured it, and that's what he got.
Thank you. Would you write some specific number in a chart if you didn't take a measurement?
No.
And that's because you rely on charts and notations every day as part of your good practice.
Correct.
And you're aware that on April 26th, Skyler was measuring 32 centimeters, correct?
That is what Dr. Andrew wrote.
And he also took a US transabdominal. That's an ultrasound?
Ultrasound.
And in that, he also measured 32 centimeters. Is that right?
Yes. Or 32 weeks.
32 weeks.
Yes.
Yes.
He didn't measure anything as 32 centimeters.
Thank you. Thank you. And we all know now that May 7th, when Skyler delivered, was actually only 11 days later, right?
Correct.
And so if Skyler was full term 11 days later, was that fundal height measurement of 32 off by greater than 2 centimeters?
Yes.
Much smaller.
Correct.
And as part of your everyday practice, you stay up to date with medical literature, correct?
Yes.
And in your 12 years of experience, you've had a lot of experience with different types of pregnancies, correct?
Yes.
What can you tell us what the concerns would be if someone is growth restricted, intrauterine growth restriction?
If the baby is small, which is what intrauterine growth restriction means, the baby is smaller, measuring smaller than the number of weeks or the gestation that you think the baby is, then you are concerned that of why that is, and if the placenta is not working as well, and if the baby's not getting the nutrition that it needs.
Is the baby at a higher risk for a stillbirth?
Yes.
I don't know why they keep harping on this intrauterine growth retardation. If the fundal height was at 32 and then 11 days later she's saying that she's full term by the measurements of the skeletal remains that they recovered, then there is no intrauterine growth retardation. So what I'm thinking, because there's a lot of factors that affect the fundal height. So, you know, if you're having the second baby, often you pop out faster and show faster than you do with your first because your abdominal muscles are weaker. Yeah, they've been stretched previously. Now, this girl is a gymnast, like she's a cheerleader. So her core strength and her abdominal muscles will be super strong. So that is containing the uterus and the pregnancy. So I'm not surprised by her having the 32 centimetre fundal height and being further along, because that factor alone, you know, it's just compacted in amongst so much muscle. Do you know what I mean? I don't understand.
I agree with that, because my second pregnancy, I actually did have IUGR. There you go.
Yeah.
With Jasmine, and I ended up having an emergency Caesar. And what they're trying to establish here is that there was a higher chance of stillbirth if you do have IUGR, and that is correct. Yes. And also the cord issues is common with IUGR. And
But
have we heard
they should
anything
have
about
picked
the
that up on
cord?
that first ultrasound. He should have checked all of that at that first
Yeah, I
ultrasound.
think he's an obstetrician. It's not his job, remember? It was probably below him
Well,
to
they
do
did
all
that
the
at
other
that.
measurements they're supposed to do. They just do a little bit, you know, and then they send you off to someone
But
else
they had that
to do the
service
full
at their
ultrasound.
practice, so
Yeah, but he didn't do it all the time, did he?
I don't know.
He had a radiographer to do that.
I don't
That's
know
why
if they
you
do
pay him
over there. They do
120 grand a
here.
year.
Yeah.
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 So, but IUGR, there is big problems with the cord a lot of the time. And doesn't she say that her cord snapped and that's,
Well, she
or it
said
was
that she didn't
broken,
have
it
to
wasn't
cut the
connected?
cord. Yes. Now I
That's
reckon
right.
she's
And usually with the
that.
stillbirth, isn't the placenta delivered at the same time?
Well, you would have to have delivered
It doesn't
both.
come later.
Because,
You know how with a
I don't
live
know.
birth, they cut the cord and snap it off with the little yellow snap things, and then they tug the placenta or they wait until it comes, and
Hello,
it comes out
Loki.
usually, what, half an hour later? Yeah, there's Loki. But with a stillbirth, I've been told that the placenta actually just about comes out at the same time.
No, I didn't think so. I think it's
Yeah,
pretty much
that's what
the
I've
same.
been
Yeah.
told, but yeah. But yeah, what they're trying to say is that, you know, there's just a higher risk of stillbirth to prove that she didn't kill
Well,
the
they're
baby.
saying that her eating disorder would have contributed to the rate of the stillbirth and her weight fluctuations and
100%, yeah.
But I think she's been in labour for over 48 hours, and yeah.
Yeah, it sounds that way. Yeah, I was too for my first one,
Yeah.
and I didn't let anybody know. My mother and stepfather were up painting the bedroom, and I let them go home before I said anything.
Good morning, Rinstar Sue. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Welcome. All right.
Good morning,
I'm
Teresa.
still I don't know. I still don't know where I am with this. Don't know where I am yet. I'm not convinced yet. Not convinced.
Oh.
What's this? My only guess is the ultrasound machine wasn't great and they send patients to a radiology practice for the 20-week scan. Yeah, possibly. But given that he was there and could have quite quickly and easily checked at least the position of the placenta so that it wasn't, covering the cervix, just the basic
exactly.
could have done. I've known practices that had older ultrasound machines the doctor used to.
They were the internal
They
ones.
the internal
weren't
ones,
they?
though, yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't going nowhere with that idea.
Yeah, no. Right.
Is there more likely less amniotic fluid?
There can be, not always, but yes.
It's more likely.
Sometimes they go hand in hand.
Would be more likely with growth restriction that there could be a weaker umbilical cord.
It can be something that goes hand in hand with it, but it's not always growth restriction in small cord.
Okay. And if someone measures 4 to 6 centimeters too small on a fundal height measurement, that's a significant, much greater risk of a stillbirth. Is that correct?
Well, I thought too.
Yes, it's more concerning the more centimeters it's off.
Yes, you did.
And a stillbirth baby would be white, correct?
Yes.
Eyes closed.
Usually.
Sometimes the cord not attached.
I've never had that.
Yeah.
Okay. What does that tell you if the cord is not attached to a placenta?
The cord is what gets all the baby's oxygen and nutrition from the placenta to the baby.
What would it tell you if the placenta delivered at the exact same time or right after the baby?
That's not normal. It can mean an abruption. Abruption is when the placenta lets loose from the uterus. And again, if that happens, the baby's not getting the nutrition that it needs. It can mean that maybe that stillbirth happened a while ago. And so it all came out at the same time.
And when we say a while ago, we're talking like several hours, not like weeks, correct?
Correct. Yes, hours or days.
I'd like you to take us all into the delivery room.
Okay.
Imagine you're standing there right now. What do you often see in a delivery room?
There's a patient on the bed, her family, the patient has a nurse. There's usually a tech that sets up my table and is there to support the nurse. There's a nursery nurse for the baby and a respiratory therapist for the baby. There's the computers for the nurses, and there is the computers for the fetal heart rate tracing.
And what instruments do you have ready at hand as a doctor?
There's a whole table. I have 2 sets of clamps, 2 sets of scissors, laps, towels. I have a gown, gloves, syringes, basins to
learn it would have been.
put things in.
I want to talk, you mentioned placental abruption. Now, placental abruption, it can be chronic, correct?
Correct.
What's that mean?
That the patient has some bleeding, but the baby looks okay and is growing okay. That just a little bit of the placenta lets go. So they're graded by percentages.
And if there's a reported bleeding in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, is that a cause for concern?
We usually have the patients come in if they have bleeding.
Have you had the experience of delivering mothers who've had delivering babies who are stillbirth?
Yes.
And how many babies do you think your whole practice delivers in any given week?
We deliver 2 to 3 babies a day, so 14 to 21 on average.
And sometimes you could deliver as many as like 3 stillborns in 1 week.
Sometimes 3 in 1 week, and sometimes not for several months.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
If nothing else, I think she's contributed. If it was in fact a stillbirth, she has definitely contributed to that by not seeking adequate prenatal care and monitoring.
About the cord and details. I just want to make sure we're clear. You had no discussion. You never asked Skyler about the umbilical cord.
Correct. I never asked her any specific questions about the umbilical
cord.
I
can see him. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can't see the mum though. He was there yesterday, but.
Doctor, you were not present for the April 26th appointment,
green
correct?
Shirt next to the purple shirt.
So you.
Sorry, love.
That's her dad in the green check shirt next to the purple check shirt.
Just there.
Yeah.
But I can't see her mum in there. She was there yesterday, but
no, was she?
I think it was her anyway.
That surprises me.
But I think there's a bit of an issue between her and her mum. I think there's a bit of a relationship. That's the impression that I got.
Yeah. I think maybe that's the reason she didn't want anybody to know. Didn't want her mum to know.
Still irresponsible. You know.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Do the crime, so to speak. Good morning, Laura. Good to see you. Good to see you. Just you haven't missed anything really. It's basically the second obstetrician that we're going through at the moment, and she's saying the same as the first one, but this is the one that called the police just to notify them. That's all. Yeah, you don't need to rewatch it, sweetheart. Honest, you've not missed anything. This is just redirect.
You do not know what happened in that examination room.
Correct.
And if not talking about what's usual or customary, talking about what is, okay?
Okay.
If Dr. Andrew gave a statement to the investigator saying that he never used this measuring tape, but that he used his hands and did the fundal height measurement, he approximated with his hands, you don't know that not to be true, do you?
I don't. Correct.
And so just because there's a number of 32 centimeters in the documentation from the examination on April 26th, you yourself have no personal knowledge of how that was obtained.
Correct, I do not.
And so if he says hands, you would accept that as true?
Yes.
Objection. It's
Overruled.
Now, when she
Stupid feed.
asking you, did
Come on. It's not my end, it's their end.
or did she?
Correct, no.
And about the color of the baby?
No,
She didn't tell you white, pink, gray, dusky, any of that?
no,
Did she, when she told you everything was buried, I think I asked you this, she didn't tell you what everything is.
Thanks, Bri. I'm doing the countdown now. I'm on the countdown. The the criteria that you have to meet to for monetization on YouTube, I've met 2 of the 3, and the last one I'm down to 109 subscribers is all I need now just to get me over that. 109, like woohoo! We're on the we're on the cusp. I should have a countdown screen.
correct.
She
Thanks,
never
Bri.
gave you any specific information as to when the placenta and the afterbirth and everything came out?
Correct.
So you have only the information that she chose to provide to you on that?
She was out on bond, Laura. The parents, I think it's 50,000 or something, but yeah, she was out on bond. And house arrest, yes. Thank you. Learned hand knits is or was Knitawau. Do you remember Knitawau in the chat? She's just changed her name back. You remember that, Tan?
Who, sorry?
Knitawau
Knitawau.
in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
She's now Learned Hand Knits. She changed her name back.
Oh, okay.
Changed her name, and she had to wait 28 days before she could change it back again.
Day.
Correct.
It is free, absolutely.
And when the defense asks you if she didn't have to come back to your practice, you said correct. But would it also be fair to say you don't know what her family arrangements are with her mom?
Correct.
You don't know what their insurance arrangements are?
Correct.
You don't know who was involved in making or scheduling any of the appointments?
Correct. I have no idea.
So from a technical sense, she's not obligated to come back to you, but that's as much as you would know about why she would or wouldn't return.
Correct.
They did. They've got when I did the documentary presentation at the start. They had an overview, like a drone view from above the house, and it's quite a big property. I'll see if I can find it again. It's at the start of yesterday's stream.
This fundal height measurement that was done with the hands and the abdominal ultrasound, and we've heard some testimony that they...
Objection, that's not the testimony, they did it with his hand.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead and finish your question.
Thank you. We've heard from Dr. Andrew that they corroborated each other, that they corresponded late 3rd trimester or into the 3rd trimester, I guess. You would agree that those are both screening tools?
Yes, approximates.
Approximate. They're not definitive.
Correct.
And that's perhaps why Dr. Andrew wanted to get the more formal ultrasound so he could get measurements, bone length, a multitude of measurements to determine exactly what the age of the child was.
Correct.
And you're aware that that never occurred?
Correct, yes.
And when we say that these measurements are screening tools or they're not definite, would you agree that sometimes they can be off by 3 to 4 centimeters?
If the gestation and the fundal height are off by more than 2 centimeters, then we get an ultrasound and get a definitive answer.
Which you weren't able to do in this case, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know if they were or were not off by more than 3 centimeters,
Correct.
but they could be.
They could have been.
So if our best guess is that she measured at 32 centimeters and it
It looks like he's getting amped up for recross.
could be off by 3 centimeters, that could get you to 35 centimeters. And then if she has a baby approximately 2 weeks later, we might be up to 37 centimeters now.
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that some people just have smaller babies?
Yes.
And sometimes smaller people have constitutionally smaller babies.
Correct.
Just because you have a smaller baby, does that necessarily mean it was growth restricted?
No.
And have you been provided with any evidence in this case to suggest that the defendant did or did not have a smaller baby?
No.
You don't know the size of the baby
I don't
at the
know.
child's birth.
Correct.
I want to go back over one other thing. You agree when you gave the interview to the detectives, it was within a day or days of making the report to the police.
Yes.
And do you recall at that time that you didn't hesitate, you didn't think about it, but you definitively said she reported the child was born in the bedroom?
That's what I said on the video that I watched.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yeah, I told you.
Dr. Boyce, going back to charting and this fundal height measurement, if you write down a fundal height measurement in a chart, would you ever not use this measuring tape or something to actually measure the fundal height?
I wouldn't.
And this is something that you and your doctors do in your group thousands of times over the years, right?
Correct.
You asked Skyler no details about her stillbirth when she talked to you on July 12th. Is that right?
Correct.
And is it uncommon for a mother to not want to discuss the details after having a stillborn?
Everybody right after a stillborn, sometimes they want to discuss everything and sometimes they don't want to discuss anything.
And you have
This
a
is not
group
just
that
a
I think
woman
is
having a
affiliated with your
stillborn in a
hospital. It's called
hospital.
HEAL.
Pardon?
This is not just a woman having a stillborn in a hospital. This is
I
someone
know.
that's coming to you and told
I
you
know.
that they've had
And
a
they
stillborn
haven't-
at home and buried it in the backyard.
And she didn't
Surely
ask.
you'd be saying,
Was
okay,
it
so what
alive?
happened?
Did it was it breathing? What color?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's surprising. No questions are being asked.
No questions. I won't ask her any questions.
Well, you mean I'm the first person on earth that you've told? Like,
Yeah,
this is just
I don't get that.
no.
What is she getting paid for again?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Correct.
What is that?
HEAL stands for Help Endure a Loss. And it's a support group for people that have had miscarriages or fetal losses or newborn losses.
And you recommended, when you talked to Skyler, you recommended she get into some counseling or therapy groups, right?
Correct.
And it's not uncommon for a mother to blame herself for a stillborn. Is that right?
Correct.
Oh my God. When Skyler was with you on July 12th, and when she was crying and speaking through her tears, she told you that she delivered a baby and it was not alive. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
It's not uncommon for a woman. What did he say? What did he say about not uncommon for her to? Oh, what's it now? No, it was just before.
For newborn losses.
And you recommended, when you talked to Skyler, you recommended she get into some counseling or therapy groups, right?
Correct.
And it's not uncommon for a mother to blame herself for a stillborn. Is that right?
Yeah, not uncommon for a mother to blame herself.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm sorry, but she's got to take some of that because she didn't do the right thing by herself or her baby by not looking after herself or her baby by doing any prenatal stuff. Nothing.
Yeah. But it's not illegal not to have prenatal care.
No, it's not. No. And we had this
I mean,
discussion yesterday
yeah.
about, it not being illegal because Uda have brought up that, there's people, IV drug users and all sorts. It's not illegal because, and when do you consider that as child abuse, like?
Well, until they don't recognise it until the child's taken birth of baby.
Yes. The definition of a child is once it's been born, but yeah, at some point there has to be some responsibility taken for the actions that you take prior to that baby being delivered.
Then the jails will be
That's what
pretty
the
full
services
with
are there
drug-addict
for.
smokers and alcoholics.
Yeah.
Just
No, but even if, okay, so say they do agree that the baby is stillborn and, she didn't do anything physically at the end to end the baby's life, so to speak, she still contributed to that. That's what I'm trying to get at. By not seeking any professional help if she was in labour for that long, baby could have gone into distress, the placenta could have erupted, all sorts of things. That's what I'm trying to talk about. She does have some culpability, regardless if that baby was born, stillborn or alive, is what I'm saying. It's the amount of culpability that I'm working out at the moment. That makes sense? Yes. Rainbow sherbet. These are like a fantail, a fizzy, a fruit tingle. They're delicious.
When Skyler was with you on July 12th, and when she was crying and speaking through her tears, she told you that she delivered a baby and it was not alive. Is that right?
Right.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They can in Australia too.
Oh.
Witness?
You may.
Oh yes, if the woman is murdered, yes, they do charge for two. Excuse me. But if the mother does something whilst she's pregnant, they don't charge her, do they? Like, unless it can be attributed to directly to that.
That'd be like opening the biggest can of worms ever.
Yeah.
As I said, every woman that has a cigarette or has an illegal drug or prescription drug or alcohol.
Yep. It's a very fine line.
Yeah.
Spawns will be there in just a second.
Hot mic.
This witness has already been sworn, right?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Kraft, I think this witness has indicated that she does not wish to be filmed or photographed, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Did you see the CCs?
No, some of them are shockers, aren't they?
They call her? Or what's what they call her?
Spawns will be there in just a second. This witness has already been sworn, right?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Kraft, I think this witness has indicated that she does not wish to be filmed or photographed, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
With regard to the witnesses who are here by way of subpoena, are fact witnesses. I employ a different standard for law enforcement officers, government employees, and expert witnesses. I'm going to drag somebody here by way of subpoena. I think that it is fair for them to have the ability to decline to be photographed or filmed. With regard to the folks that are employed by the state or being paid to be here, that standard is higher. I think that the nature of a public trial outweighs They're interested in not being photographed absent some compelling reason to the contrary. So, Deputy, do we have a compelling reason why we don't want, you don't do undercover work, right?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Kraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your last?
Kelly McKay, MCKAY.
And are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Warren County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I am the DARE officer, crime scene. I'm on the crime scene unit, and I'm also a crime prevention officer as well.
Thank you. And how long have you been so employed with the Warren County Sheriff's Office?
Since 1998.
Deputy, as a member of the crime scene unit, can you please detail for the ladies and gentlemen what your duties and responsibilities are?
We photograph the crime scene and then we collect evidence and process evidence at the crime scenes.
I'll be back in a sec.
Does this require any advanced
those
training
cats
or
out of
any specific courses for evidence technicians?
You just have to be an evidence technician at the time, and then throughout being on the crime scene, you have to get your.
Oh, can you do that?
The necessary training to be an evidence.
Did you pause that, or was
Did
that?
I do that?
I don't know. Have a go.
I didn't do that.
Go down to the. Oh no, you might not be able to. It's on a different screen. I'm sharing the screen. It must be the feed. Sorry. Hello, mister. Did you see? Oh, yes, you have. You can see the other chat, yeah?
That's what I just clicked on over to, and that's when the thing stopped.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it's the feed. It's all good.
Evidence technician.
Yes.
And when and where did you obtain that training?
I obtained it at Miami Valley Crime Lab in 2006.
Thank you. Deputy, I would direct your attention to July 14th of 2017 and ask if you were working on that date.
Yes.
And did you have occasion in your official capacity to respond to a residence located at 104 Eagle Ridge Drive in Carlisle, Warren County, Ohio?
Yes.
And how did you first become notified of the necessity for you to respond to that location?
We got a call out from Sergeant Namowski, who called members of the crime scene unit to respond to the sheriff's office for a death investigation.
And did you have any information at that time as to the nature of the death investigation or any of the facts and circumstances surrounding it?
All we had at the time was there was a possible stillborn baby buried in the backyard.
Was the crime scene unit in fact assembled on that date?
Yes.
And who all responded, if you recall?
Sergeant Smith, Sergeant Namowski, myself, and Deputy Katie Barnes.
And prior to going to the residence, did you meet at any specific location?
Just at the sheriff's office.
And what did you do there?
We just got together and we got the crime scene unit van and responded out there.
And then as a group, did you proceed to the location?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on that date?
Approximately 2:00.
Okay. And when you arrive at that location, tell me, what are you seeing? What type of house are we looking at? What is the structure?
Just a regular, it was a 2-story residence in a regular neighborhood.
What did you do upon arrival?
Me and Sergeant Smith, we tried to make contact with the residents. We did not make contact with anybody at the time. And then we just taped off the perimeter of the residence with crime scene tape.
Were you aware that a search warrant was being sought?
Yes.
Okay.
Buckle up with this question. What if a woman is, I've done a way to undergo, wow. Wow. That's interesting. Yes, yes, I agree. Because I'm assuming that the person that unalived them would not have been aware of that, but then they have still taken 2 lives. So I'd have to agree with you, Leonard Handnets, yes. I'm not a particular fan of that form of contraception, so to speak, given that there are so many options nowadays. That's yeah, but that's just my personal opinion. Good question. Good question. What if, let me put another one to you. What if there was an IV drug user who OD'd but survived, and she was 32 weeks pregnant and the child didn't survive? Is she then charged? What happens there? That's what I'm trying to get at with the culpability of the mother in her actions prenatally. Circumstances, I would, yes, no, true. Very interesting.
While you are waiting for the search warrant, is that when you start walking the perimeter and taping it off?
Yes,
And what is your reason for doing that?
just to preserve the crime scene at the time, make sure nobody enters at that time. We know we have a search warrant coming, so we're just waiting until it's ready to go.
At some point, did you receive notification that the search warrant had been obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
Can you please take a look at them? They are marked State's Exhibit 4.
Really?
Tell me
And not the mother. Not the mother, but the dealer. Really? Wow.
Yes.
You've seen cases where dealers are charged for, really? I know. Who knows? Who knows, Regina? Maybe the sensitive nature of the case, I don't know. But I asked the question before Bri popped this question in. And we agreed that, yes, they should both be charged. They should be charged with 2 counts of unaliving. But my question was, what happened if a mother who is an IV drug user ODs but survives and the baby doesn't? She was 32 weeks pregnant. Is she then held responsible and charged on that? And apparently it's back to the dealer. So there you go. Yeah. And the channel I've just put up on the bottom, Miss Mandy Reacts, I will be on her panel this Friday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard. Sorry, 8 a.m. Melbourne time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She's invited me on there to be on there with Aussie Insider.
Yeah.
Talk about the Karen Reid trial.
Awesome.
So I'll be a special guest. Regina, this is super charge. Yeah, with lots of protest. Really? Fair enough. Yep, fair enough. Because yeah, this was 5 years ago, so I didn't know anything about this trial before I watched it. As I said, I spent 3 days researching. Did I tell you what happened? 3 days I spent researching and prepping
A
and
different
doing
trial.
a full presentation. I clipped photos and videos and put it all together and added music to it and did this all great big presentation. And I did the short to it, I did the thumbnail, I did everything, and then went to check what time the trial started on Monday. And it had been postponed until May.
Oh,
Mother fudger. So, yes, this trial had been mentioned by Leonard Handnitz and Kelly, I think it was. Both said that it was a really good trial. So I just went with it. Speak of the devil. Good morning, Kelly. How are we?
good morning.
Your Friday morning. My Friday
Yes,
morning, your Friday evening. So
Thursday
Friday,
evening. Thursday evening for them.
I'm 14 hours ahead.
That's right. So it's Thursday night when it's your
Oh,
Friday morning.
shit. Maybe it's my Saturday morning and their Friday
No.
evening. I'll have to confirm that because I think she
Oh,
said
okay.
that. She said 7 p.m. her time Friday. Let me confirm that.
Okay.
I'm confused now. So yeah, that would mean I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one.
Yes.
And are those pictures that you took on 2 different dates? And right now I want to talk about just exhibits 4 through 40. Were those pictures that were taken on July 14th of 2017?
Yeah, these were taken the 14th.
And do they accurately depict the condition of the scene on that date?
Yes. And Sergeant Smith also took photos. We both took some photos.
Okay, thank you. Steve? Deputy, we're going to start with State's Exhibit 4 for purposes of identification. Am I standing in anybody's way right now? Okay. Deputy, if you will, I want to walk through what's depicted in these photographs. And starting with State's Exhibit 4, what do we see right here?
This is just the front of the residence. 2-story house.
And that is 104 Eagle Ridge Drive.
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 5. What are we seeing now?
This is just going towards the side of the house right now. You're looking at the side, towards the back.
The sheds that we see depicted on the left-hand side of the photo, are those part of their yard?
Yes, the one, I believe the one is.
Okay. And so that's the side view of the house looking directly back?
Yep.
State's Exhibit 6.
There's another side view. This is another side view of the residence going back.
That is the same shed on the far left-hand side?
Yep.
Between the shed and the brick structure of the house, there is an object in the middle of the screen that's brown in color. What is that? Do you know?
I believe that's where they did some like target shooting for like bow and arrow, I think it was.
State's Exhibit 7.
Yes. When is that going to trial? Do we know? Has that been set for trial? The Alexia Travago one. Have you seen that one, Tanya?
No, I haven't.
That's the one where she doesn't tell her mother either. She goes into hospital thinking she's got back pains, and then she runs from the hospital down into the hospital toilet in her gown, gives birth to a baby in the toilet, and dumps it in the rubbish bin.
Oh, I think I heard about that.
Yeah. 11:15 in Melbourne and 9:15 a.m.
So it'd be 7 a.m. there.
Yeah,
would
I've
be
just emailed her,
9
but
p.m.
I can't remember if she said if it was 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday. For some reason, I thought to myself, 8 a.m. my time. So possibly it's 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, which would be 8 a.m. Saturday for me. Yeah, I'll work it out. She'll get back to you. Just put your notifications on. Actually, I think it's in my community tab. I'll double check that.
This is at the back of the house by that shed and kind of looking right across the yard. And you can see the back of the house as well.
So either you or Sergeant Smith are stationed by the shed at this point, looking back towards the house?
Yep.
State's Exhibit 8.
This is the back of the property line that goes like behind that shed and straight across. This is the property line basically.
Do you recall from when you were there on that date, is there a walkway or a path worn between the shed and the tree line, if you will?
It's kind of open, like a open area there, yeah.
And then
It goes all the way back.
And then there's a tree line depicted as well?
Yes, on that edge, that's kind of like the end of the property line there was a fence. You can't see the fence, but it's mixed in with those bushes and.
Behind the tree line?
Yeah.
Okay. So that area right there, that is still a part of their property?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 9.
This is just the back of that going across the back by the end of the property line.
So you're walking across the back side of the yard
Yes.
now? State's Exhibit 10.
Oh, thanks, Bri, for the update.
$7 p.m. apparently, Eastern Standard, Friday.
So that'll be your Saturday morning.
Yeah. Yeah. I just tried to share it with you, Leonard Hand Knits. It's on my community tab. I posted it. Oh. What? So it's completely been cancelled altogether? Trial date of August 26th has been set. In that case, but a case of information sheet obtained by Inside Edition Digital shows that the trial date, the August 6th pre-trial hearing, have both been cancelled. Oh, okay. Wow. There you go. There you go. Let me know if you got that message, Leonard Hand Knits. I tried to share it to you, and I think it went directly to your YouTube message. I don't know. I've never done it like that before. There you go. Who thinks Sarah Boone is going to Sarah Boone's trial is going to actually start on Monday? Because they've got to at least deal with one more hearing, don't they?
Believe so.
One more motions hearing sometime this week. On July 24th, 2023, a judge with New Mexico's 5th Judicial Court granted the defendant's motion to suppress. The order tossed out evidence, including statements Tavizio allegedly made inside the room. Wow. Is that because she hadn't been read her Miranda's, or? Yeah, she needs to go to trial. Wow. Just wow.
Wow. Putting it in the trash, though. I mean, really?
Yeah, and I think they didn't they say they had evidence that the baby had actually taken a breath because she said she claimed stillbirth as well. That's a Miranda issue. Okay. Technicalities. I'll have to look that one up. All right, let's keep going. Yeah.
This is the back of the house.
You're standing now on the back property line.
Just one
looking straight
suitcase,
forward
Teresa.
to the street. And States Exhibit 11, please.
Oh, yes, she is. Yes. She's. Ooh.
What is depicted in this
This one,
photograph?
we're up kind of over by the side of the house, looking back towards the backyard now.
We see the shed again.
Yeah,
And
it's a
then the
big
target
property.
practice.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have to like to mow the lawn.
Beautiful property. Well, how many exhibits have they got?
Deputy, after you taped the property line and photographed the perimeter, did you at some
Yes.
point receive notification that the search
Yes.
warrant had been obtained?
Yes.
At that point, do you then cross over to the inside of the property line?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you start doing at that point?
At that point, we're kind of looking for basically disturbance in the soil, towards the back of the property line is where we were looking in the area.
And if you will explain to the ladies and gentlemen, what do you mean when you say disturbance of the soil?
So we were seeing if there was any area that looked on the ground that there was any type of disturbance where the ground was loosened or there was no grass there, or the vegetation was gone, where there could have been somebody just dug up something in that area.
And was this just based on visual observation, or were there other methods undertaken to try and look for areas of disturbance?
Originally, we just did the visual, and then once we seen a couple areas that might be an interest, we then Sergeant Namowski and Sergeant Smith used soil probes.
And what is a soil probe?
It's just like a large metal probe that you stick in the ground to see if there's any disturbance in the ground.
At that time, were there any areas of interest located?
We had a couple areas of interest at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
While you are looking for those areas of disturbance, and
Was I right? Did they not say that they had evidence that the baby had actually taken a breath? Like,
Which one? The other one?
Yeah, the Lexi Travago
Yeah.
one. There's a way that they can test or see if those alveoli have been expanded, isn't there, Bri? Or
Yeah, there is.
yeah,
But they
I'm
actually
sure
took a breath. If their
Yeah.
lungs are still filled with fluid, isn't it, or something?
I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure that she's got no excuse because she was in the ED.
Oh,
Yeah.
and they got proof all the cameras from the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally
And
saw her do it. Yeah.
Well, the cleaning lady, the one that had to clean up the bloody mess. Yeah. Educate your children, people.
Yeah,
All I
that's
can
it.
say.
Yeah, to use contraception in the first place.
Yes, there is no excuse nowadays. None.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sergeant Smith and Namowski are using the soil
If you can't wrap it, don't tap it.
probes. Do you at some point receive information? Are you aware that the defendant is being interviewed while you are out on the scene?
I knew that they had her somewhere talking to her at the time, but I didn't know where exactly, but I knew they were talking to her.
Okay, as a result of that discussion that's taking place with the defendant, do you, while you guys are out there looking for areas of interest, receive some information that she had indicated she marked the site with a planter?
Yes.
And did that help you to narrow your search?
Yes, we found 2 areas from there that were of interest with 2 planters, basically like a pot that you put plants in or something.
What happened next?
And then we were told that they were bringing her to the scene to point it out.
To identify the actual burial site?
Yes.
Were you
Don't be a toad, catch your load. Oh, what have we started?
Oh, no.
present when she arrived?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with her?
No.
Were you able to observe her demeanor?
Yes.
How would you describe her at that time?
Upset.
Visibly upset?
Yeah,
Were you able to observe her identify the burial site?
yes,
And did she in fact identify one of the two sites that you had already located as
Yes,
areas?
you've got to
of
make sure they're well oiled.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 12 for purposes of identification. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph, Deputy?
this is the area that she identified with the planner.
And if you will, is this, when we go back to the original pictures, is this in that tree line behind the path that was worn down?
Yes,
Okay. And there's a planter in the forefront of the picture
yes,
and a yellow placard behind it with the number 2?
Mhm.
And is that indicating that was one of the two sites?
yes.
State's Exhibit 13 for purposes of identification.
Oh, surely we're not going to go through every picture in the garden.
And what are we
Yeah,
looking at in
yeah.
this picture?
This is where
Oh.
Sergeant Smith used his
Right.
phone and laid
Oh.
it down to,
Defendant,
yes, just remove.
are you using tools, shovels? What types of instruments are you using when you're trying to look for the skeletal remains of the
showing
baby?
Well, at that
Placement.
time, once we pulled some of the vegetation back a little bit,
And when you say pulled back with your hands? on.
we seen a bone sticking out of the ground at that time.
Ooh.
And so we just dusted that area, very shallow. It was, I mean, right there. So we just dusted that area. We didn't use any type of tools to dig anything at all.
When you started clearing the area, the vegetation and dusting, if you will, was there any noticeable odor?
There was an odor of like a decomposition.
And is this an odor that you're familiar with from your training,
Yeah.
Deputy?
Yes, I've had aspects of forensic science or deaths of forensics. So yeah, I've had that training.
And
Yeah.
does death have a distinct odor, if you will?
Yes, decomposition, the tissues that
Blown
die
your
off,
cover.
it puts off a strong odor.
And was that consistent with what you were smelling at that time?
Yes,
I'd like to take, you said that you located one bone initially.
yes. Once we pulled like the vegetation out, yes.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at State's Exhibit 14.
Oh, really? Oh, dear. All right. I better put the graphic warning content.
And I'm going to enlarge this a little bit, but can you tell us what is depicted in State's Exhibit 14?
This is, you can see some of bone and tissue in that one.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for a second?
Oh,
I don't know if this would help at all, Deputy, but this is a touch screen. And as soon as you touch it, you're gonna need instructions from the court on how to erase it.
Well, I thought all police.
wow,
had
yes, I
to
did
do
hear
it.
something like that.
If you can you please, as we're going through these next photos, indicate on the screen what we're seeing?
Okay. That work? Do I have to touch something up there?
If it's just the screen,
I'm
no.
touching it.
Oh, you know, that may not work on, unless it's on the Elmo.
There's a little tab up here. Do I need to hit that?
It doesn't. I'll just not on the elbow.
It'll only work if the picture is on the Elmo, I think.
Okay. Deputy, if I may borrow that picture for a second. Give us a try.
Always blame the camera guy.
Right, mate.
No, up here.
Clear all in the corner. Deputy, can you show us what we're looking at in the picture? Because we see a lot of grass and debris and weeds. What is the first bone, if you will, that catches your attention?
That one right there.
Once you see that, do you continue excavating that site?
Yes.
And at this point in time, who all is present with you for the excavation?
Sergeant Namowski, Sergeant Smith, and Deputy Katie Barnes.
Was there anybody present from the coroner's office at that time?
Yes, Investigator Doyle Burke was also present.
Just the lower left of the screen, it'll clear it.
Can I have those photos and go through it this way? Thank you. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Is that the same bone that we just saw depicted in State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Just a closer up of it?
Yeah.
And you said once you saw that, you guys continued to excavate the scene, again, just with hands and brushes?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what is?
Up at the top, if you look at the top, you can see the part of the brush. That's where you just started gently brushing back and forth.
And as you're brushing back and forth, there appears to be a smoother surface there?
Yes, it appeared
Different from the dirt that's surrounding it?
Yes, and it appeared to be
Stupid feed, come on.
Investigator Doyle Burke, and asked him if maybe that was the skull.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17 for purposes of identification. What are you pointing to in that picture?
At the time, the area is the skull where we were dusting at.
The same smooth surface that was depicted in the prior picture?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18 for purposes of identification. What is the?
That's a piece of the skull right up there.
And Deputy, if you will, just to put this in perspective, I know that you said you were using your hands and small tools, and we see what appears to be almost like a small paintbrush, if you will.
Yes.
How far down are you having to dig before you are finding these?
Not at all, very shallow. We just basically dusted. There was nothing to dig. I mean, the surface.
Did you ever have to use any tools beyond your hands or your brushes?
No.
So this was a fairly shallow grave?
Yes.
And do you
Which
continue
one
to
is that, Laura?
dust down layer by layer?
Is that the one where he unloved his sister, I think? I think that was the one. I did have a look at that. Started yesterday, I think.
Layer?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19 for purposes of identification.
Up here, up at the top is the skull.
And do you know, we're starting to see areas of white mixed in with the dirt. Do you have any information as to what that is?
It's just part of the tissue from like the decay.
You indicated that Investigator Burke from the coroner's office was present with you.
Yes.
When you are dusting and finding what appear to be skull pieces, do you bring that to his attention? Is he present as you're?
Yeah, he's right there.
Okay. And what, if anything, is done at that point? Are there any decisions made about what we're going to do or how we're going to proceed with this investigation?
Yeah, actually, Doyle Burke, he actually removed pieces. And then once they removed a few of the pieces, he contacted Dr. Updegrove, and he actually responded to the scene. We halted everything at that time until Dr. Updegrove arrived on the scene.
And just so everybody is clear, is that Dr. Updegrove the coroner for Warren County?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Investigator Burke actually removed the skull pieces from the burial site?
Yes.
You present when those pieces were removed?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20 for purposes of identification. Can you tell us what is depicted in that picture,
That
Deputy?
is a piece of the skull.
And Investigator Burke removed that?
Yes.
You were present and photographed it?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21 for purposes of identification.
Yes, that trial is about Quentin Nixon, who is not only a pro se defendant, but it's a bench trial as well. So it's no jury. And yes, Broken Baker is definitely fault. Seeing if I've got his link in my thing. I don't think I do. I shall add that now.
What are we looking at?
Another piece of the skull.
And you say another, there were did you find multiple pieces of skull?
Yes.
Deputy, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22 for purposes of identification. What are we seeing depicted in this photograph?
Another piece of the skull.
And again, using hands and brushes, you're just continuing to go down layer by layer, and then Investigator Burke is removing the skull pieces.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 23 for purposes of identification.
A piece of the skull.
And State's Exhibit 24 for purposes of identification.
But there's a piece of the skull as well.
Is that the underside of it?
Yes.
You indicated once Investigator Burke removed those skull pieces, they were photographed and then the excavation was halted,
Yes.
and that was until Coroner Updegrove could arrive at the scene?
Yes. Did Coroner Updegrove?
Looks like
About
Steve from
6
just.
weeks, Kelly.
Sorry. What
Sorry,
it is?
Kelly asked how long the baby was
Oh,
buried.
yes. So she gave birth
About
May
6 weeks.
7th, and this is July, mid-July, I think, isn't it? That they
Oh,
reported
might
it.
be 8 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, at least. I thought it was, yeah, at least 2 months.
7th of May, she had the baby, and it was the 20th of July. No, that was when she had the interview with police again.
When did she go back to the obstetrician? Wasn't that the?
Yeah, it was 2 months. Yeah, it was 2 months. It was early July, yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, we can't cover everything. But Baker's, I put Baker's. Did I put it in chat?
Yeah, you did.
I'll put the actual link in chat. There you go. Just so it's there. I only put it up on the screen for a second. It's in my banners. So I can put it up later.
Grove, in fact, respond to the scene while you were still present?
Yes.
And once he was there, did he take over responsibility for the excavation?
Yes.
What
No,
was
that's
your role
fine,
at that point?
sweetheart.
At that point, like I said, me and Sergeant Smith, we were taking photographs. So me and him were taking photographs. Once a bone was removed, we photographed it.
Wow, is he spewing soft-sit nonsense? All right, well, if we get a break, we might have a quick squeeze. Oh,
Deputy, after the skull pieces were removed, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Was that the condition of the burial site when you halted the excavation and waited for Dr. Updegrove to arrive?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. After Investigator Burke removed the skull pieces that he
Yes.
was able to find, was that the condition of the burial site when you determined to when he made the determination to halt the excavation until Coroner
Yes.
Updegrove arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said once Coroner Updegrove got there, he takes over the excavation and you are photographing at that point?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26 for purposes of identification. Can you tell us what is depicted in that photograph?
This is basically the small body bag where they're laying the bones in the bag.
And
The skull pieces.
so do you bring a small body bag to the site?
We did not. Doyle Burke had that.
Investigator Burke?
Yes.
And then is that what's used to collect the skeletal remains?
Yes.
Once Dr. Updegrove takes over retrieval, you are photographing. Were those the first few bones that were then pulled out?
Yes.
Do you continue to photograph as he finds additional bones?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30 for purposes of identification. What is depicted in this photograph, Deputy?
All the bones that were taken from the area.
Showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Do you continue to just collect small bones?
We were taking the photos as Dr. Updegrove was pulling out.
Was it difficult to identify what some of these were with the overgrowth and the twigs and everything else?
For yes, but Dr. Updegrove, I believe he was able to identify all this.
Once these bones were collected,
Well, you can certainly tell the ribs and the scapula. And
Then with dirt.
with the dirt that had been removed,
Yeah.
and Deputy, if you know, who took custody of the remains on July 14th?
Investigator Doyle Burke.
Once the excavation was completed, did you assist with anything else at the crime scene on that date?
Yes, we went into the garage and took 3 garden tools.
And what was your reason for taking garden tools from the garage?
Lieutenant Fain at the time had asked us to take some garden tools out of the garage that could have been used.
Based on information that was being provided at the interview?
Yes.
Deputy, showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37 for purposes of identification, can you identify what is depicted in that photograph?
The inside of the garage.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38 for purposes of identification. Can you tell us what is depicted in this photograph?
That was just a bucket that had several garden tools.
And these were located within the garage.
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39 for purposes of identification. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
Those are the 3 tools.
Photographing those, you don't know that those were the garden tools that were used by the defendant, do you?
No, correct.
You just know that she's provided information that there were garden tools used.
Correct.
Did you provide any other assistance with regards to processing the crime scene on July 14th of 2017, Deputy?
Just taking in some of the electronics that some of the detectives have taken from them.
From
We just
inside
put
of the residence?
Yeah, we just put them into bags and labeled them.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40 for purposes of identification. Were those the electronic items that were located on July 14th that you photographed?
Yes.
And again, do you yourself know if those particular electronics have any relationship to
No.
the child's death?
No.
Deputy, if you will, approximately how long were you at the scene on July 14th?
Approximately 6 hours.
Okay. Directing your attention to July 24th of 2017. On that date, did you again have occasion to respond to the Richardson residence located at 104 Eagle Ridge Drive in Carlisle, Ohio?
Yes.
And again, was this in your official capacity with the crime scene unit?
Yes.
And what was your reason for going out there on that date?
Again, to collect more evidence and process the scene, take photographs.
Were you aware that a third search warrant had been obtained on that date?
Yes.
And on that date, were you primarily inside of the residence?
Not in the beginning of it, no. In the beginning of the search warrant, I was primarily outside in the van, and they were bringing electronics out, and Sergeant Smith was photographing them. Detective Wong was getting serial numbers off of all the electronics, and I was basically labeling and putting them in the evidence bags.
Okay, so let me back up for a second. Who all was present on that date from the crime scene unit, if you recall?
On that day, Sergeant Smith, myself, and Deputy Hammonds.
And I believe you mentioned a Deputy Wong.
He's actually a detective.
He is not part of the crime scene unit,
No, he's one of the.
but he was present
Yes,
on that
He
date.
was present.
Okay, thank you. And do you recall approximately what time you got to the residence on that date?
I think it was like 6:30, right around there.
Okay, and then I believe you said you started out by processing or cataloging some of the electronic evidence with Detective Wong.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as states.
Yeah, okay.
The stupid law and crime feed because it's an old file.
Oh,
Tips wrote whose phone it was on there.
And that indicates that that is mom's work phone?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 54 for purposes of identification.
Oh, Lord.
Again, it was brought out to us. They marked whose phone it was.
And that indicates Brandon Saylor.
Yes,
At that time, did you,
Well,
to us.
thank you.
Once they were going basically to the second floor, yes.
And at that time, were you assisting with the processing?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the second floor processing was primarily handled by Sergeant John Smith?
Yes.
Deputy, after the crime scene unit completed the processing of the scene on July 24th, did you have any further involvement in the investigation of this case?
No.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
okay, cross.
Okay,
Hi.
I only have a couple questions.
Good.
Did I hear you correctly when the prosecutor was asking you questions that when you were at the home of Skyler Richardson, you received a call? Was that a call that said that the grave site had been marked with a flower pot? Did I hear you?
I didn't receive that call. One of the sergeants received a call from, I believe, Lieutenant Fain, someone who was actually speaking with her at wherever she was at the time.
Okay,
They called and relayed the message.
that the grave site was marked with a flower pot?
Yes.
Were you aware of any investigation regarding this case around May 7th?
No.
Were you aware of any reason to believe that an investigation involving Skyler Richardson was about to begin on May 7th?
No.
Skyler, when she arrived at the scene, she took, I guess it was Detective Fain, directly to show where the
No.
gravesite was?
No, actually, the Carlisle officer,
Officer
Katie
Gee.
was, she was actually walking with her.
Okay, and she went directly to show you where it was?
Yes.
And she was very cooperative?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Step down, thank you. Probably makes sense to take an afternoon break, right? You can just leave those there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for about 15 minutes. Remember what I have previously told you. Do not begin discussing the case amongst yourselves or begin to think about how the case should be decided. And we'll see everybody back here at 2:35. of the testimony of Deputy McKay.
Magic.
The defense made objection at
Wow.
sidebar regarding items that had previously been
The good
discussed.
thing about this is I saved the entire playlist, so it automatically
No,
goes
good.
into the next one straight away. They've cut out all the breaks and everything for me. It's great.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
So I think this might be the ME, I think.
Regarding motions in limine and so forth. Mr. Rickers, who's
No,
going
this
to
is
be
the
making
end of-
our objection? All right, go ahead, Mr. Shute. The court is going to treat this objection as being timely filed and grant the defense a continuing.
There you
One
go.
When
Court tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, so he's going Smithies, but Russell Up's Grove.
All right, go get our jury, Ms. Mullins. You may be seated.
And those strawberries.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over the break?
Admonitions.
All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Deputy Bond.
You follow my admonitions. Oh, we got that up. Sorry. My bailiff. God, we're still at the end of day one.
How many days is it? 6 or 7?
Hey,
How many days is it? 6 or 7, isn't it?
6, but they're broken into very small segments. So,
Ah, right.
nothing but the truth. So
I do.
Deputy,
Since August of 2014.
as a member of the crime scene unit for the sheriff's office, what are your duties and responsibilities?
Our duties are to arrive at felonious crime scenes, process them, and preserve the evidence.
And does this require any advanced training?
Yes, all members of the crime scene team.
Felonious admonitions. I'm using them big words today.
Is that a real word?
Oh no, it's not quite midnight. That's why.
Really?
Yep. It's about the 2-hour mark. I start to go silly.
Have to be an evidence technician prior to being put on the team. And then once on the team, you're expected to attain your master evidence technician certification through the state.
Did you obtain your evidence technician training?
Yes,
Yes,
I've had my
very
master peace
Lovely.
officer
That was through,
recovery course,
School and everything.
law enforcement, city of Monroe.
ask if you were working on that date.
I was not working.
At some point during that day, did you have occasion in your official capacity as a member of the crime scene unit to get called into work?
I was called by Sergeant Nemofsky at about 1:30 p.m. And he requested that I respond as the crime scene unit because the forensic anthropologist who was evaluating the skeletal remains that had previously been found believed that the bones showed evidence of burning prior to decomposition.
And those were bones that were excavated on the 14th of July?
I'm not entirely sure of the date, but they were excavated from 104 Eagle Ridge.
Prior to July 20th.
Yes.
And so in your official capacity with the crime scene unit, did you in fact respond to a residence located at 104 Eagle Ridge Drive in Carlisle, Warren County, Ohio?
I did.
And who else was with you on that date?
Detective Beheimer, Deputy Hammonds, Coroner Updegrove, and Coroner Investigator Burke.
And did that entire group respond to the residence?
We did.
When you responded to that location, were there any family members present?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And when you first get there, do you recall approximately what time it is?
We got on scene at the house just a bit before 5 p.m.
Okay. Were you aware that a search warrant had been obtained for that second date?
Yes, Lieutenant Fain had obtained a search warrant.
Okay. And when you first get to the scene, can you please walk us through how you initially began your processing on that date?
Deputy Beheimer put up the crime scene tape around the house. And
When you say the house, is it the house and the yard, or is it just the structure of the house?
yes, he went in the yard outside of the house, on both sides and all the way to the back property line as far as he
Okay,
could.
thank you.
At that point, I started taking exterior photographs of the home and the yard. We knew they had a fire pit on the northwestern side of the home, and having gotten information that they believed the body had been burned, we were going to primarily investigate that fire pit.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Deputy, I'm showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 41 through 52 for purposes of identification. Can you please take a look at those photographs?
Did you hear the prosecutor go, yes, thank you? In other words, shut up. No problem.
You recognize those photographs, Deputy?
Yes,
And can you tell us, are those the photographs that were obtained of the scene that was processed on July 20th at the defendant's residence?
yes, these are the photographs that I took.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene that you observed on that date?
Yes, they do.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 41 for purposes of identification, Deputy. Can you please tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
This is the northwestern side of the home, and the fire pit that I mentioned earlier. In this corner here, you can see those are our buckets that we were intending to use to put the dirt from the fire pit into. And then it goes back to the backyard of the home. You may have seen these in prior photos, up against the wood line in the backyard.
And let me ask you this, Deputy. Although you have information that there may have been burn injury to the skeletal remains, do you have any information as to where or how or in what manner that burn may or may not have occurred?
Not at this time.
So when you are starting at this fire pit, is that just because it's a source of fire?
We knew the fire pit was there, and we figured if you're going to burn something, you're probably going to use a fire pit.
But you didn't have any direct knowledge or evidence to indicate that something did or did not occur in that fire pit?
No, we also knew that they had not examined the fire pit when they were at the home previously.
Okay. So when you start examining the fire pit, what, if anything, do you do?
We pulled these, there was a pallet and some other debris on top of the fire pit. We pulled those off. And after we took those off, we found some bones laying on the surface of the ash on the pit. So we collected those bones. Coroner Updegrove examined them briefly on scene and said they appeared to be animal and not human. But we did collect them anyways to be further examined. At that point, we gridded the fire pit off into quadrants, and Detective Beheimer excavated the dirt in.
Didn't they say that the medical examiner was wrong about, the burn marks on the bone? So why they testimony is irrelevant, really, because they weren't burned. At the end of the day, were they? Well, that's a nice circle of blue. Yeah. We worked out they got them out of the garden.
There's a closer picture too, I believe, right?
Yes. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 46. And let me go back out.
Yeah.
So this is a long bone just sitting on the surface of the grave.
And is that a closer up?
Yeah.
States Exhibit, but was it
Pretty much established that.
Grown up in it. After just glancing inside, we didn't see anything that appeared to be skeletal.
purposes of identification, can you tell us what we're looking at in that photograph?
These here are actually two small pieces of frayed cloth. We were told that the infant may or may not have been wrapped in a cloth at some point. So these items were collected.
And again, other than receiving some of that general information, did you know whether or not that small article of clothing or cloth or what have you had any relationship to the burial site and or any evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
You said that it appeared
So this
With
is
my name after
own
like
But the fire pit, but to go back to the original gravesite, is that correct?
we were looking for the
You dig,
let's get to the MA.
if it was in the group of photos from the prior excavation, then yes, and then I looked at it.
you did look at it. Do you notice,
That's not the
May I
MA.
proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
This
Sir,
is
would you
John.
please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
John Michael Smith, SMITH,
Where are you employed, sir?
the Warren County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
Over 18 years now.
What do your present duties consist of?
I'm a supervisor for Road Patrol and Deerfield.
Okay. Are you also a member of the Warren County Crime Scene Unit?
Yes, I'm one of the supervisors assigned to that team.
Okay. Is there any type of special training that you have to go to be part of the crime scene unit?
Yes, you have to be a evidence technician to be a member.
And are you an evidence technician?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any further training than that, sir?
Yes, I'm certified as a master evidence technician through the state of Ohio.
What does that mean to be a master evidence technician?
That's just further training that you have to attend over
By the
course of
looks of
several
it,
years.
by the looks of it, he is the one that processed the inside of the home upstairs. Whether they would have found anything or not.
After obtaining the buccal swab from Ms. Richardson, what did you do at the scene?
Once we obtained her swab, we started processing the individual rooms.
Okay. And if you could describe for the jury the layout of the Richardson home, where are the bedrooms located?
When you walk in the main entrance, just off to the right would be, I guess, their dining room and kitchen area. Then there's I think there's an access that goes out to the garage, master bedroom, to a bedroom.
In the
room.
device bathroom.
Yes.
Were there photographs taken of that second story bathroom, sir?
Yes, there were.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 57, 58, and 59. You'll briefly take a look at those. Tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Permission to publish. Put them up.
Second story bathroom.
There we go.
And putting State's Exhibit 58 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
That would be the bathtub shower in the second story bathroom.
And also State's Exhibit number 59.
Oh, the loo. That needs a good.
Is another
Would you mess up?
photograph of the toilet in the second story bathroom.
Okay. And I actually want to show you State's Exhibit 56 as well. Could you take a look at that? Will you recognize what you're looking at?
That is the hallway and the entrance to the second story bathroom.
And again, does that photo fairly and accurately depict the scene on that day?
Yes, sir, it does.
And so again, if you could describe for the jury, what exactly are we looking at in this photograph?
Oh, look.
That is the, if you were standing in front of the bedroom next to Skyler's or standing outside of her bedroom and looking down the hallway, this would be the entrance to the second story bathroom.
In addition, 67 photographs.
Skyler's bedroom.
Describe for the jury, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 60, please?
From the main entrance of the doorway, when you would walk into Miss Richardson's room, this is the first photograph that was taken.
States Exhibit 61 on the screen. What are we looking at
Now
in
the
this
bed's
photograph,
up.
please? What are we
Lovely.
looking at in States Exhibit number 63, please?
We're showing the state that we found it in.
Placing States Exhibit 65 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
There's another photograph of Miss Richardson's room. Looking out that window, you're facing east.
In this photograph, please.
Those are additional items that were located in Miss Richardson's room that were collected into evidence.
Okay. Placing States Exhibit 68 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Light.
Do you recall?
Yeah, photograph of Miss Richardson's bed. Once the sheet was removed, these were the items that were located underneath of it.
There's a knife on a mattress. Ew.
Could you tell, Sergeant, did it appear that Ms. Richardson's bed had been moved in any way?
We had been informed that the bed had been moved in that position that we found it in on that day.
What do you mean it had been moved in that position?
The headboard used to be where you saw the window. The headboard was against that wall where the window was. On the day that we went and processed her room, it had been rotated 90 degrees left to where the headboard was now on the north facing wall, where you see it in the photographs here.
Okay. And as a result of having obtained that information, did you look underneath the bed?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit number 72. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Once the mattress was removed, there was a box spring. We removed the box spring, and there was items and property underneath of the bed that was also collected.
Okay.
Anything of evidentiary value?
States Exhibit 78 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Laptop?
That is a laptop computer that was underneath the bed that we collected and placed into evidence.
Is there anything on the carpet next to the laptop computer?
Yes, there's a area there that has a brownish tint just to the left of that computer. And also just right.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sergeant.
Sure.
You can actually touch the screen
Okay.
To notify the jurors exactly what you're talking about.
The brownish liquid
There?
was there
Yeah.
and here.
Yeah.
And then in between those, there was a area that was depressed or the carpet fibers had been removed. And it appeared that from all aspects that it had been scrubbed intensely, removing some of those fibers, causing a slight depression.
Or it could have been where the bed was sitting beforehand and not had any material touch the carpet, perhaps. Not scrubbed intensely. That's an assumption, sir. Objection.
When you found that stain that you're talking about, was there an effort made to swab that location?
Yes, there was a swab taken from that area.
And did you perform that swab yourself, or did another deputy do that?
Another deputy did that.
Were you present when that occurred?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury the process when you're taking a buccal swab or a swab of a stain like that? How is that done?
In an area like this here, we would take the Q-tip, as we call it a DNA swab, but for all, so that you understand, it's just looks just like a Q-tip, and we'll take distilled water if we're going to be collecting it from a dried substance, so that those particles or the parts that we want to collect will adhere to it better. Once we put the distilled water on that, we will collect the sample from the suspected area, and then we'll seal that in an envelope.
We're going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit number 89. You'll take a look at that. Tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
This is an evidence envelope containing a DNA swab from the floor.
And does it indicate at the bottom of that form where exactly that was taken from?
Yes, suspect bedroom under the bed.
And so that would that have been from this area here described in States Exhibit 78 that swab would have been taken from?
Yes, sir.
And again, with respect to looking at the packaging for the state's exhibit, does it appear that that packaging has been sent to any other agencies?
Yes, first our evidence room, and then on the reverse, it has the same labeling from the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory.
Okay. As a result of finding that stain, was the bed taken apart?
The bed wasn't taken apart, but it was lifted and moved out of the way the best we could in the room.
Okay. And were you able to do any Blue Star analysis of that area depicted in State's Exhibit number 78?
Yes, sir, we did.
Oh,
Could you first explain to the jury what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a forensic chemical that reacts with the hemoglobin in blood. And when you spray it over a surface where blood has been or has been removed, it will react and it will illuminate intensely when it reacts with the hemoglobin in blood.
And did you have an opportunity to do, I believe you said yes, but I want to make sure, to do Blue Star analysis of this area here that was described in State's Exhibit 78?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 79. You take a look at that. Tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, sir, that's a photograph depicting the reaction the Blue Star had when we used it in the room.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put State's Exhibit 79 on the screen. If you can clear, there should be a way if you hit the What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 79, Sergeant?
Once we sprayed the Blue Star over the suspected area and it dimmed the lights in the room, this is the illumination that we observed when the Blue Star contacted that area.
And is this for people that have never seen or used Blue Star, is this typical illumination? Is there anything different or special about this illumination?
This illumination was almost immediate. There was no prolonged, and it had a very intense illumination, which that means that there was a large concentration of blood in that area.
Did you draw any conclusions from looking at this picture, sir?
Well, we had been told that Miss Richardson had given birth to a child, and when I saw this, I immediately thought that this was probably the location where that child had been laid upon.
Why is that?
Time.
that's assumption. Objection.
When I saw this, I could see the outline of a small torso.
Oh, really? On the carpet, under the bed, really?
Did you or other deputies then attempt to cut out that portion of the carpet?
Yes, we did remove that portion of the carpet.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 80, 81, and 82.
I
You
agree.
Take a look at that. Tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Totally
Yes,
appropriate.
that's the area of the rug that was sprayed with Blue Star and removed.
And are those all fair and accurate depictions of what's being depicted in the photographs?
Yes, sir, they are.
I'm going to put State's Exhibit 80 on the screen. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 80, please?
That is where the carpet was cut out, and you can see the foam padding.
That foam padding would be what's underneath the carpet, is that correct?
Yes, sir, the underneath.
Underlay.
Putting State's Exhibit 81 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Another photograph showing the foam padding and then the subfloor in the bedroom.
And putting State's Exhibit number 82 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
That is the removed portion of the carpet that turned upside down. It's showing the underside of the carpet.
Okay. Did you also use Blue Star on the underside of that carpet that was found in Ms. Richardson's bedroom?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 83. You can take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, that's a photograph of the area underneath the carpet.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the image in the photograph?
Yes, sir, it does.
Putting State's Exhibit 83 on the screen.
Oh. That's it.
What are we looking at again in State's Exhibit number 83?
That is a photograph once the blue star was sprayed to the piece of carpet that was removed.
And so it's still reacting even to the underside of that piece of carpet that was found in her room?
Yes, sir.
Oh, really? Okay. They take it and
Did
roll
you
it.
have an opportunity to collect that piece of carpet, sir?
Oh,
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 90. You can take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at. Go ahead and open that, please. Indicating that that had been sent to the Miami Valley Regional Crime Lab?
Yes, sir, they are on.
Okay, thank you.
Got the carpet.
That Sergeant Smith be allowed to walk up and down so that he can show the jurors both sides of that carpet.
That's fine.
Lovely. Come on, law and crime. Come on.
That was collected on July 24th.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay.
It's the underlay. Yep.
If you could describe for the jurors, what exactly are we looking at in State's Exhibit 84, please?
This is the hallway that leads from Miss Richardson's bedroom to the bathroom on the second story. And we had applied blue star to this area, and we had the reaction that shows a footprint on the floor and then a faint footprint just to the other side of it.
And what is that object that's at the very top of the screen?
This, here, sir?
Yes, sir.
That is the tripod that we used. When we take these photographs, they have to be taken over an exposure time that if we held it with our hands, it would be real shaky. So we had to have a tripod to use.
Sir, can you tell from looking at the footprint depicted in the photograph that's illuminated by the blue star, is that heading towards the bathroom or is that walking away from the bathroom, from the defendant's room?
That was walking towards the bathroom.
Yeah, well, she's in labor. She could have been bleeding. It could have been running down her leg and she's on her way to the bathroom. That proves nothing.
Photograph. Room or bathroom.
You found them on July 24th.
Yes, sir, they did.
Let's start with State's Exhibit 85. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
That is the second story bathroom and the entrance where carpet was collected.
Okay. And what's the reason that carpet was collected there?
The blue star had reacted in that area, so we took that carpet as a sample as well.
Okay. And you indicated, did you use blue star on that carpet piece that was located in that area before the carpet was cut up and collected?
Yes, sir, we did.
Why would she lie under, like, I don't understand. You've got a bed there. Why would you lie on the floor to give birth? Doesn't make sense. Why is it so important that they have it? Well, they're trying to discredit her, I think. Like, she's told them it happened in the bathroom and they're saying that it's happened in the bedroom, and that if they can prove that it, or try and prove that it happened elsewhere, her credibility is shot. That's my guess.
Putting State's Exhibit 86 on the screen.
And you would think if you're going to make a mess and clean it up, you would want to do it in a place where it's going to be easier. I mean, if she'd done it in the bedroom, the mattress would have been full of amniotic fluid and everything. She wouldn't have been able to hide that from her parents. And all the sheets and... Yeah.
If you could describe for the jury, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 86?
That is a photograph of the hallway on the second story.
Okay. And again, There's illumination in this photograph?
Yes, we had used Blue Star in that area, and it showed that there was a transfer of blood somewhere.
Well, it would have been mixed together. Her amniotic fluid, her waters could have broken, and she would have been bleeding at the same time. So could have quite easily have combined, but it does only react to the hemoglobin in the blood. So, but if there was blood mixed with that amniotic fluid, yes, it would light up.
Somewhere in that area.
Okay.
But there's always blood.
And can you tell, is this
Always.
photograph, is that Blue Star in that same area, like right before you would walk into the bathroom, if you can tell? Finally, putting State's Exhibit 87 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
The use of Blue Star in the second story bathroom.
And what is this indicative of, if anything?
There was presence of blood in that area.
On all of the areas where it's illuminated?
Yes, and some of the, you can see where some of it was, has a circular motion, which is indicative of.
Indicative of what? Indicative of what?
Circular motion, which is indicative of.
Back to your processing of the entire scene, there were other areas in the home and outside of the home that you photographed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 73, 74, 75, 76, and 77. You just briefly take a look at those State before.
Through the home and some charcoal lighter fluid.
Okay.
Really?
Putting State's Exhibit 76 on the screen. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit number 76, please?
That is a storage bin in relation to where the previous photo that you had just seen. Just at the corner of that wall, there were some storage bins just around the corner. And in those storage bins were these bleach containers and the alcohol containers.
And putting State's Exhibit 77.
Ah, this stupid feed.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, sir.
Inquire at this time?
Sergeant Smith, I want to go over these pictures of Skyler's bedroom. I'm going to show you what we've marked as plaintiff's exhibit PPP. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's one of the pictures you identified for the prosecutor.
That's what I need to go and do.
And that's the way that bedroom looked right before you guys went in to search it.
When I photographed it, that's how I found it. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Show you what's been marked as defendant's QQQ. Is that another photograph that you took of Skyler's bedroom?
As I found it, yes, sir.
Different angle?
Yes, sir.
Teddy bear, was that a teddy bear on top of the bed?
It looks like some type of a stuffed animal.
Yeah, and that stuffed animals on the floor.
I'll be right back.
There's something on the floor, yes, sir.
And this is her desk, picture of her desk, is that correct?
Table in her room as I found it, yes, sir.
And this is her, by the way, for the record, that was defendant's exhibit RRR.
Okay.
Defendant's exhibit SSS. That's a picture of her dressing table where she did her makeup and stuff.
Yes, as I photographed it, yes, sir.
And little bit different angle. That's defendant's exhibit UUU. Is that correct? The mattress of the bed after the sheet was taken off. And I'll show you what we've marked as it looks like C. Defendant's Exhibit M. Recognize that picture?
Can you turn it right side up, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we see that pretty well?
Yes. That is some of the contents in Ms. Richardson's room.
This is after your search?
Yes, sir.
Anybody put that back?
Not to my knowledge.
Show you defendant's exhibit N, and this is Nancy. Recognize that picture?
Yes, that is Ms. Richardson's room.
Anybody put any of that stuff back?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Let's show you defendant's exhibit O. Recognize that?
Yes, that is Ms. Richardson's bedroom.
Any of your officers put that back?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
I read your report while you were testifying, and you mentioned something that looked like a torso in the bedroom.
Yes, sir, I did.
Yeah, you didn't mention that in your report.
I was asked what it looked like, sir.
Well, you also, I thought you said that you took a picture and you concentrated on that because you thought it looked like a baby's torso. Didn't I hear that correctly?
No, they asked what I thought it was, and I explained what I thought it was.
This search is 2.5 months after Skyler delivered a stillborn, right?
Objection.
I'll overrule the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this goes to what I told you way back in We're Here. I know it seems like a long time ago.
I'm
The
back.
attorneys are going to use their version of what they believe the facts are. So one attorney may use the term stillborn, somebody might use victim, somebody might call it a crime, somebody might call it a crime scene. It is your job to determine what the facts bear out, not to pay any attention as to how the attorneys characterize that. So the objection is overruled. Mr. Rickers, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know if you answered my question.
I did not. Can you ask me again?
No, that's fine. I understand. This search occurred on July 24th, 2.5 months after Skyler gave birth to a stillbirth, correct?
That's what was reported, sir.
Thank you. Now, I don't know if anybody told you, but Skyler bled for 3 days after she gave birth. You aware of that?
I was not, sir.
If you were made aware of that, would all this blood that you found be unusual?
Depending on where she bled, sir. May not.
What about the fact that maybe she bled in 2016? You'd find that blood too, wouldn't you, on the carpet?
I would not find the blood, but there would be, that's what the blue star is used for, to identify what areas of blood were, sir.
Yeah, and so all this blood could be from different times, correct? You can't date
I don't know where the blood came from.
You don't know where the blood came, fair enough. And you don't know when that blood was put on the carpet.
By my processing, no, sir.
And you're aware that you took all these samples and sent them away for DNA analysis. You aware of that?
I collected them, sir.
Who took it up to the?
That is the detective's prerogative, what is sent to the crime lab.
And did they inform you that there was no Annabelle blood found?
We did
No
not.
DNA? Did they? No, let me ask a question. Did the prosecutor inform you that there was no DNA of Annabelle found in that bedroom?
I never just had that discussion with them, no, sir.
Detective Carter and Detective Fain was there.
I'm sorry?
I said Detective Carter and Detective Fain were both there during the search.
I believe Detective Beheimer and Detective Carter were there when I was on the 24th.
Can you play? It's a soundtrack from one of your recorders of, I'm not saying it's you,
okay,
but some of your men looking at the blood.
Hello. Sorry, I have to go and find some painkillers as well.
Yeah, I think we should go back to about 2 to 3 minutes. There was just a question the defense lawyer asked.
You took all these samples and sent them away for DNA.
Before this?
No, I think it's after that.
I did not.
analysis? You aware of that?
I collected them, sir.
Who took it up to the,
That is the detective's prerogative, what is sent to the crime lab.
and did they inform you that there was no Annabelle blood found?
We did
Or
not.
DNA? Did they, no, let me ask a question. Did the prosecutor inform you that there was no DNA of Annabelle found in that bedroom?
I never just had that discussion with them, no, sir.
So there was none of the baby blood in the bedroom.
Well, I wouldn't expect there to be, would you?
Well, at one stage, they're trying to discredit her because she said she had the baby in the toilet, and she said that she had the baby in the bedroom. So by there not being any DNA of the baby in the bedroom, she couldn't really have the baby in the bedroom.
But there would only be DNA of the baby if the baby was bleeding.
Unless
Otherwise,
some
it
of
would
the
just be her
umbilical
blood.
blood. No, the
But that's
umbilical
still
cord.
predominantly the mother's, though, isn't it?
No, that's the baby's.
It's mixed.
So,
Okay. So he's getting shitty, is he, with the defense attorney?
oh, this guy just, he's a cop that
He's made a lot of assumptions.
He doesn't know anything about kids at all. He's obviously got none.
Yeah.
He didn't know that a woman would bleed for at least 3 days after she's given birth. I thought it was a couple more than 3 personally, but anyway.
Yeah, it can be up to 6 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Detective Carter and Detective Fain was there.
I'm sorry?
I said Detective Carter and Detective Fain were both there during the search.
I believe Detective Beheimer and Detective Carter were there when I was on the 24th.
I'm going to replay. It's a soundtrack from one of your recorders of, I'm not saying it's you,
okay,
but some of your men looking at the blood in the bathroom. And that was John Fain that was referred to. Is there something funny about looking for blood in the bathroom?
Do you want me to make an assumption as to what the sounds were on that? Is that what you want?
You can make the assumption if you want, yeah.
It sounds like someone was reacting to the reaction of the Blue Star when it reacted to the blood in the area, identifying that there was blood in that area. That's what I heard.
So you didn't hear anybody laughing?
No, I heard excitement that there was evidence found by the Blue Star.
Was that it was, do you now remember John Fain being there?
I do not recall John Fain. I recall Sergeant Houndshaw assisting me with the Blue Star.
Let's talk about these photos that the prosecutor wanted to show and did show to the jury. The photograph of the lighter fluid.
Okay.
That was found. That photograph was the lighter fluid by the fire pit.
Yes, sir, it was.
Close to the fire pit. And I think, was there anything else in that photo? I can't remember.
Yes, there was a lighter also on this person.
And is it unusual to find a lighter and lighter fluid next to a fire pit that's obviously been used?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there anything unusual about that actual can of lighter fluid?
No.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
How about the lighter? Is there anything unusual about that?
The reason, do you want to know the
I don't want the reason. I want to know if there was anything unusual about that lighter.
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
And by the way, I want to go back, speaking of lighters, when the prosecutor was showing pictures of a dresser drawer, Skyler's dresser drawer, and he found a lighter in her drawer. Remember the scene with pulled it out and her jeans in that drawer? You remember that?
I do remember that drawer, yes, sir.
Did you happen to take pictures of all the candles that are in her closet?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't think that was kind of important or that was relevant to the lighter that you found in her drawer?
Only had a lighter to burn the baby.
I took this photograph.
I'm just asking, yeah.
Okay. In my report, you said you read it, sir.
I did.
Detective Carter and Beheimer searched that room. They identified items of interest they wanted photographed and collected. That's why they were photographed and collected.
Thank you for that clarification. So Carter didn't show you any of the candles in the closet, did she? She didn't ask you to take pictures of those, did she?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Why didn't he open the closet?
Sorry?
If he's there to take photographs of the scene, okay, these are the spots the detective said they really wanted, but shouldn't he be taking pictures of everything? Like, because sometimes a clue can be not what you expected. You think he'd open the cupboard? Oh,
They showed an open door picture of the cupboard, but I didn't see any candles or anything. But they're looking for things that might be of evidentiary value. So he's been told that there was supposed
the baby was burned.
Yeah, so he's looking for
That was
live.
wrong, but that's beside the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Hmm.
You may have 1 minute, Judge.
His whole testimony is
He looks really comfortable, doesn't he?
he looks
I
arrogant.
don't want to be here. I don't want to be here.
He looks arrogant. Like,
Next witness?
all right, so this is the me.
Will we take these evidence and result?
Yeah, you don't have to. Reseal them, you just set them on the, okay.
This is my forte now.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in these proceedings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Usually looks younger there.
I think you may proceed.
Now, he was the ME that testified in one of our previous trials only a couple ago. I can't remember which one it was. Was it Laurie Shaver? Could have been, yeah. But yes, same one.
Sir, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Russell Updegrove, Uptegrove.
Sir, where are you employed?
I'm a pathologist at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, and I'm also the Warren County Coroner.
What do your duties consist of, sir?
All right, let's fast forward.
Performing autopsies.
We all know he's very qualified.
Yeah.
He's done all of his skills and services.
7 degrees and
yeah, been to that many universities. Very qualified.
These are representative of some pictures that the E-Crew person was taking as the specimens were being recovered.
And do they all fairly and accurately depict the images contained within the photograph
Yes,
as they appeared on that day on July 14th?
yes, they do.
You indicated that the skull bones had, or some of the skull bones had already been removed from the ground by the time you got there. Is that correct?
Yes,
I'm going to put State's Exhibit number 20 on the screen. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit number 20, please?
that's one of the bones from the skull.
And that's, do you know, is that one of the bones that had been removed before you got there?
I can't say definitively which one, but there were several of the larger bones of the skull which had already been removed when I got there. I can't say definitively which one through the order that they were removed.
Putting State's Exhibit 21 on the screen, what are we looking at in this photograph, please?
That's another bone of the skull.
State's Exhibit 22, what are we looking at, please?
That's another bone from the skull.
Doctor, is it unusual that the skull bone is in so many different pieces, or when you're dealing with an infant skull bones, is there something different about that?
They're not formed
Well,
yet.
even into several 2, 3, 4 months of age, the bones are not fully fused, so there's still a soft membrane which connects the bones together, and there's an anterior fontanelle, a soft spot up near the front of the skull, and there's a posterior fontanelle as well. So essentially, in a very young baby, once the scalp is reflected, you could just take a scalpel and separate those membranes, and literally the bones of the skull sort of open up like the petals of a flower. So they're not at that early.
Do we know why that is? Anyone?
That's between all their bones. Like, that's how you can do physio
allows-
on babies to fix problems.
Oh, the Toby Madden trial. Okay, it's to allow the skull to be manipulated through the birth canal. Basically, gives it a bit of movement. Toby Madden. Toby Madden. Toby Madden. Was he the freezer guy? I can't remember. Like I said, once I've done a trial, it goes out of my head. I can't recall. But yeah, he was in a recent trial that we went through. Toby Madden.
A junction fused or interconnected only by membrane at that point.
And that's what I wanted to ask. So at this point, with respect
In my opinion, whether or not she should be, not like she was 12. Yes.
He's the one that stabbed his wife 55 times. It was only 2 trials ago.
Okay. Yep. That's it. Thank you. I know. I remember when you told me 55, but for me to remember, because I research so many and like go through and play them, and the names just all whittle into one. And yeah, once I finished it, it goes like, because my brain goes, okay, no longer needed, next. So I don't tend to retain it until it's brought up again. But yes, in my opinion, I think that she has a degree of culpability because of her actions and irresponsibility in not seeking adequate care during the pregnancy and during labour. So she has definitely contributed, in my opinion, if that baby was stillborn. But apparently that doesn't seem to be a crime.
That's
right. Yeah.
to the decomposition, compensation that occurred, you wouldn't expect to find the skull fully intact for a newborn baby. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Putting State's Exhibit number 23 on the screen. What are we looking at, please?
That's another bone from the skull.
And State's Exhibit number 24. What are we looking at, please?
That's another bone from the lower part of the skull.
And then after those skull bones were removed, you indicated that you began your excavation process. Is that right?
Yes.
Putting State's Exhibit number 25 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
That's the actual site where the skull bones had been removed prior to my arrival, and then I just continued in that same site, just with my hands, just removing some of the dirt, and I could feel the other additional bones, and just removing them one by one.
Putting State's Exhibit number 26 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
That's a picture of my 2 hands and my blue sleeve on my left arm, kneeling down there, removing some of the bones from the site. And the skull bones had already been placed on another body bag before I got there, and then they got this other smaller body bag when I started individually removing things from the ground.
Okay. And was that your process? As you removed small pieces of bone, you would place them onto that body bag?
Yes.
Putting State's Exhibit 27 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
And here's a little bit more of a close-up image of the actual.
Have you seen up to here, Tam? Oh, she's gone. Where'd she go?
Site where the ground has been disturbed, and there's again some of that white material of some of the decomposed tissue that was still present. I mean, there wasn't anything visible as far as organs or skin. I mean, it was just some decomposed tissue that some of the bones were stuck to.
Putting State's Exhibit number 28 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Wow, that picture has a few more bones than the previous photo.
29 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
In that picture, it appears that there's some of the decomposed soft tissue, and looks like there's a bone that's sort of in the middle of it, sort of sticking out. And I was trying to put some of that in the in that bag, in a separate plastic bag, just for in the event there was going to be any potential use for DNA purposes.
And I think you said previously, but at this point, when you're going through and you're finding these bones, is there any skin? Is there any brain, heart, lungs? Are you able to see any of that stuff as you're excavating the remains?
No. I mean, there was hair. Subsequently, there were some very small fingernails that were in that area where I dug around when they went back through and found some very small particulate items, but there were no discernible organs. There was no visible skin. Literally, there was just some very soft, still somewhat moist tissue that was non-identifiable as to its origin.
The rest of it would have all decomposed?
Yes.
Putting State's Exhibit number 30 on the screen, what are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Well, that's a picture further into the excavation where a larger number of the bones had been laid out there. And again, because of the size of these bones, these were things that were more easily identifiable as far as being able to be removed by hand. Like I said, a lot of the smaller bones of the hands and the feet were subsequently recovered from the dirt that was excavated surrounding where these larger bones were found.
I'm not going to ask you to identify, but did you?
Cat emergencies.
Oh, yes, I know. That's why I have a bowl of food and a bowl of treats beside me. Oh, there's another one.
We have a new automatic cat litter box thing.
Yeah.
And they're using it okay. Tarek, Loki's fantastic. Tarek, though, when it's turning around to dump it in the bottom, if it's poo, he smacks it and tries to get it back out. Like, and it just explodes inside it.
He's playing catch poo.
And then some of it he manages to get out as well.
Oh,
and I just heard it going off and I could smell it. And I thought, oh, damn, he's gone and got it out again. And he had. He was halfway through it.
Little turd playing with his turds.
Yeah, that's it. And now I just got to get this other one out of here because I don't want him in here. Won't be a second.
You're removing these bones. Could you tell what kind of bones they were, whether they were arm, leg, ribs, or for the most part, were you just trying to get the bones and then that process will be gone through in more detail back at the coroner's office?
Well, to answer both parts of that, as I'm removing things, yes, I can tell what the rib is, what the clavicle looks like, the humerus, the femur, the tibia, the fibula. I'm actually identifying the bones, but at this juncture.
Hello, Mr. Tarek. Beautiful. She's got two beautiful ragdoll cats. They're just beautiful. But Tarek's a monster.
I mean, my primary function was just to recover the things and then I did not do any cleaning or removal of any of the dirt or tissue or anything of the bones. That was going to be for the pathologist and or anthropologist to subsequently do their job.
Okay. Putting State's Exhibit number 31 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Again, it's just another photograph of the same basic site there where we were.
So it doesn't sound like she even wrapped the baby at all in anything.
No, she didn't.
Oh.
She had took it out in a towel, but she didn't put the towel in the grave.
I couldn't do that. I don't know. It's just something in me. I could not do that. Without
I don't know. I mean, we had ducks here, not ducks, chickens. And I couldn't even bury this poor chicken without wrapping it. I put it in a silk pillowcase. I know when we buried Sammy Cat. When we buried Sammy Cat, we wrapped him in a blanket too.
My animals, I get cremated, and they're all in vases.
Oh right. Okay.
They're going to get with me one day.
It's fun.
Putting State's Exhibit number 32 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Well, in that particular picture, there was, it looked like an actual, kind of like a root, because there was some adjacent plant materials. There was some roots that had been disturbed in there, and it looked like there were some small hairs that were stuck to this piece of vegetation. So it was also taken as evidence for a potential DNA analysis.
Putting State's Exhibit 33 on the screen. What are we looking at, please?
That just looks very similar to the picture from a couple photographs ago. Basically, it's just another photograph showing the sort of the discoloration in the hole where the remains were, the dirt. It just was a different color than the sort of the surrounding dirt that we were going through. And granted, it had been, turned up at one point, so it wasn't completely compacted. So that's why it wasn't really necessary at that juncture that, I was using any kind of tool to, remove things or feel my way through there. Now, I did have to use a trowel when I went around the periphery to try to capture everything that was very small that could be encapsulated on the inside. But that's just another picture showing the discoloration of the soil there.
Putting State's Exhibit number 34 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Okay, this picture, again, using the plastic bag, was trying to keep the material which may contain tissue that was decomposed separate from the actual white body bag where the bones were. So we're just trying to keep it separate. And that's what we were putting in this plastic bag.
And State's Exhibit 35 on the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
That's another picture with a lot of the bones. I mean, you can see ribs and long bones and bones from the pelvis. And again, a lot of these bones still have a fair amount of dirt and other organic matter stuck to it, attached to it, that I did not remove. So a lot of these things, in looking at it, you can't exactly tell what it is because there's a lot of exterior particulate matter attached to it.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 36. What are we looking at in this photograph, please?
Well, since you said finally, I would imagine that was probably the picture that may have had the most of these bones that I've recovered visible, like this.
Yeah, so you've got like all these ones are the ribs. You see my scapula, pelvis.
Yeah. We've got no leg bones there.
Unless that's part of the family,
No.
maybe.
Oh, maybe. Is that the ones from the 14th or the 20th of July?
I'm not sure. 14th, I think.
Yeah.
I think. Don't quote me though.
What was done with all of the bones that were collected at the scene on July the 14th of 2007?
After we had finished, Investigator Burke and myself drove up to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office and took all the bags of the biological material that we had recovered, and it was going to be examined the next day by our end of the involvement.
Respond back to 104 Eagle Ridge Drive.
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose for responding back on that date, sir?
Well, what happened was on that day, Dr. Beth Murray, who's an anthropologist, she had been called by Dr. Brown, who was the pathologist who did the examination on the remains on Saturday, to come at her convenience to do an anthropologic exam to examine the bones and to generate an estimation of the gestational age based on the length of the long bones. So she came up there on Thursday, and I wasn't with her the whole time, but at some point I kind of popped my head in there and just to see what she.
Hi, Sharon.
She was doing, and she was examining the remains and articulating the bones into a skeleton. And she told me that there were some of the bones that she felt were very dark, burned. And I told her, I said, well, there was a fire pit in the backyard, but I said, we didn't even look in the fire pit. I mean, we just excavated the site where we were shown, where the people before me were shown to respond to. So she said, this discoloration could be from thermal injury. So with her telling me that, I ended up calling Deputy Fain and told him, said, Dr. Murray has a concern with some of these bones, not many of them.
Pardon?
He jumped the gun a bit there.
Yeah.
I mean, they were at the site. They hadn't tested or looked at the bones or anything. And he said, oh, look, she said they might have been burnt. Yeah. And he's straight away rung him and said, oh, they're burnt, like the Chinese whisper. And then it's, and they're cremated.
Yeah, they ran with it, didn't they?
It's got 1,000-degree fire to cremate people.
Like, that would have, if she wanted to create attention, yeah, but she didn't. There's no way she's going to create an inferno out the back there.
I've actually seen a body burning where the feet were left after the fire, And mate, you have to get that thing pretty hot.
Yeah. If she, and you would have smelled that too. Don't tell me she didn't wake her parents up if she did that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
the smell of that's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a few of the bones had a very dark color, and she was wondering whether or not this could represent some type of thermal injury. And then he said, well, we'll get another search warrant and go back out and put the purpose of looking in the fire pit.
And did you do that on July 20th?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was found at the location of the fire pit, Doctor?
Well, a lot of ash, burnt pieces of burnt wood, what appeared to be chicken bones, some fish bones, nothing that appeared to represent anything human. Several of the evidence crew deputies were there and had multiple buckets. I was digging through stuff, sifting through things in the fire pit, but I did not find anything that resembled any type of human remains.
And at some point while you were out there, were you made aware that there wasn't any fire at the fire pit?
That was communicated while I was digging in the fire pit, that had taken place in a subsequent interview that was ongoing at that time, that nothing had happened there in the fire pit. So at that point, and after filling up about 5 or 6 buckets, we stopped there.
Okay. And where did you proceed to?
Well, I think at that time, some of the other evidence crew people had already sort of made their way to the backyard. So we went back to the original site, and within a very short period of time, one of the deputies found another long bone. I think it was one of the lower leg bones, and it was just right at the surface of the ground. And there were a couple other very small bones that were
these police
subsequently
trained by the
recovered
camping police?
During that day.
We'll keep going back every days and we'll find some more.
Yeah. I don't think this was the coroner, so
yeah.
Dog could have started digging in the area. Who knows? Who knows?
But again, nothing from the fire pit, just a few additional bones from the original site.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 47. Can you take a look at that? Tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, there is a bone there on the surface.
And is that let me put it on the screen. Putting State's Exhibit 47 on the screen, is that the long bone that you were referencing that was found on July the 20th at the burial site?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't find it. One of the sheriff deputies found it.
Correct. And was that bone, along with the other, I believe you said they might have found some other smaller bones, or they weren't sure if they were bones, were all of those collected?
Yes.
And were they transported back to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Richards, you may inquire.
Minutes check, looking for a photo.
Okay.
Last examination. Did he say no questions?
Hello.
Oh, no.
When you went back,
Now, the defense attorneys here are father and son.
Yes,
So-
yes, because Daddy couldn't turn up and the judge had to tell the people that, you can't read anything into that. You had to tell the jury.
Oh, about the defense attorneys.
Yes, because the daddy didn't turn up because he has a family problem or something at one stage.
I think this is the father questioning now.
Today, is it? Right.
Yeah, because the son's got like the Ken doll hair.
Oh, yes, he has too. Yeah.
for the second search, after Dr. Murray thought that the bones had been charred, you found more bones. I heard that. You didn't recover all the bones, though, did you?
Sharon, I think, in chat, how you can choose live or top chat at the very top of YouTube. Have you ever seen that? When you go into a chat box next to the thing, it says either live chat or top chat. If you click into the top of the box on YouTube. Can you see that? Are you on the YouTube site screen? Doesn't matter which one. Beside any of the pictures of the stream, there is a chat box. And in the top left-hand corner, you can click on an arrow that says live or top. And I think Sharon has got her set to top because
because you press on the little settings button on the little cog and you've got to change your chat filter to all messages.
Yeah, and I think Sharon gets the top messages, so she's behind. So her comments are always like half an hour behind, and then when the stream's finished, I get about 10 messages. The poor bugger. She's funny.
I did not reconfigure the bones myself, so there could be a few smaller bones that may still be absent. I don't have the actual bone count of how many were eventually discovered. I mean, you'd have to ask Dr. Brown or the anthropologist on that.
It's Dr. Allen, I believe, is the anthropologist.
Well, Dr. Allen got married, so now she's Dr. Brown.
Okay, that's what's
she had a
confusing.
delayed name change, but she finally converted over.
Confused everybody?
Susan Allen is really Susan now Brown.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right. So you didn't look at the assembled skeleton and notice anything missing because you didn't see the photo. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, I was there, and then that afternoon is when they executed the second search warrant at the scene.
And I'm glad you clarified that because I wanted to make sure that we all knew that the same day that Dr. Murray, who's a forensic anthropologist, thought that the bones had been charred. That's what she relayed to you. You relayed it to Lieutenant Fain, correct?
Yes.
Same day. And then the same day was the search.
I called him while I was in the room where she was doing her examination. I mean, I called as soon as she said that. I just thought he should know what her concern was.
Yeah. And according to Detective Carter's report we have here, she says that you actually said that the remains of the infant had been burned. Might you have said that?
I said that Dr. Murray was suspicious that they may have been thermal injury. I never would have gone out on a limb to say myself that they were burned because, I mean, they were discolored, but she's the anthropologist, I'm not. So that's why I defer to her to make that sort of interpretation, in which I was just the middleman, essentially, in relaying that information to Lieutenant Fain.
Gotcha. So she's wrong in her report, saying that you had advised Lieutenant Fain that the remains of the infant had been burned. That's an incorrect statement.
Yes, that's
Thank you
correct.
very much. I'm not finished. I don't believe yet.
Anything else for this witness?
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to go ahead and break for the evening. A couple of things that are the same as they have been and will be, which is my instruction to you, not to begin to talk about the case amongst yourselves, and also you are not to think about how this case ought to be decided. The danger that we have is when you come in the morning, a couple of you get here, maybe 4 or 5, maybe even more than that, and there's this temptation because you don't really have much else to talk about the case. Don't do that. Resist that temptation. Don't talk about the case. Same rules apply yesterday when it comes to interaction with folks at home. Tell the folks at home you can't talk to them about it and that they should assist you in keeping away from any media coverage. I don't want you reading anything about the case, looking anything up on the internet. Stay away from the media. Don't follow any social media links, all of those sorts of things. Do not drive by the Eagle Ridge Drive. If that is somehow on your way home, find a different way to get home. You're also becoming a little bit more experienced in the HVAC of the courtroom, which is terrible. The guys do their best that they can to regulate the temperature. Sometimes we're tank top, sometimes we're parka, but you need to sort of dress accordingly, maybe layers or whatever you need to do so that you can be comfortable in the courtroom. I want to get started again at 8:45 tomorrow morning, so let's all plan on being here around 8:30 with the idea that we will start at 8:45. Mr. Mullins, you can take the jury out. You may be seated. We are all on the record outside the presence of the jury. Prior to the testimony, we had a sidebar conference in which the defense made an objection, which I will treat as both timely and continuing, as to information regarding birth control laxatives, lighter fluid, and the lighter, maybe some other stuff. Is it Mr. Shewitt that is going to be arguing that again?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This argument was based on the photographs, as you stated, of the lighter fluid, the lighters, the birth control pills, the laxatives, diet or green tea pills, as well as the carpet swatches. Argument of the defense was and is that there's no temporal proximity. They can't tie it back to this been 2.5 months. And any relevance that they could have would be substantially outweighed by any prejudicial effect to just march up a bunch of lighters. They can't tie to anything lighter fluid that was outside, as well as green tea pills, diet pills, laxatives that they can't actually tie to anything 2 months prior. And the birth control we heard she had been just prescribed. So that was the argument of the defense.
All right, I think your objections go as to the weight of to be given to this evidence, not as to the admissibility. So I'm going to overrule the objections at this time. Of course, reserving final decision on the admissibility of these exhibits until they're offered. All right. Anything else from the state? Anything else from the defense? It's about a couple of hours.
Next. Well, what do you know? We're finally on day 2. Have you seen up to this bit?
Yeah, I've seen a fair way.
All right, we are on the record outside.
Tell me if there's anything not worth watching that we can skip because, yeah, some of that testimony.
Oh, no, you just get, it's a really funny trial, like not funny, ha. It's like, how many medical examiners and doctors can you have, man? And ones that have never seen any, nobody saw the baby.
Well,
You know,
I'm
like,
sure there's got to be the anthropologist in here somewhere.
oh, yeah.
The presence of the jury. Mr. Rickers, what's our status? Mr. Knippen, what's our status?
The state is also prepared to move forward, John.
All right, so our next witness is Dr. Is it Delaire?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Your Honor, would you like me to put that on record about a personal family issue, or is that
I mean,
something?
anything you want to put on the record right now is a good time to do it.
The reason my father's not in the courtroom is because of a personal family issue, and we're prepared to move forward today. Skyler and I have spoken. She is fully confident that I'm confident we can move forward with the witnesses that we've discussed in chambers.
All right, so the plan is to do Dr. Delaire, and then we're going to hear from Mr. Fain and begin the first interview, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Mullins, go get jury, please.
So is this the police interview tape of her interview? I'm assuming.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think you've got to reserve your decision until you see a little bit more into this one.
Okay.
But yeah, I definitely think the son is a lot better looking than Daddy.
Oh, for sure.
Daddy had a personal family issue to attend to today.
Yeah.
You may be seated. Morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Is everybody able to follow my instructions and introductions over the break?
No.
All right, we are going to resume with the testimony from the state today. You might notice that the elder, Mr. Rickers, is not with us this morning. He had a personal family matter that he had to attend to. You're not to attach any significance to that for the purposes of the decisions that you have to make in deciding this case. Mr. Knippen, who's our next witness?
Amy Delaire, Your Honor.
Somebody getting Ms. Delaire?
Yes, somebody.
I like this judge.
On the square or affirm the testimony you've given these proceedings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. May be seated. So close as we can out into this time.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Ma'am, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Amy Delaire, Dallaire.
Ma'am, where are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory.
How long have you been employed there?
17 years.
What do your duties consist of as a forensic scientist?
I perform serology and DNA analysis on samples.
Could you talk to the jury a little bit about your education, training, and experience that allows you to do
Yeah,
that?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Science.
Going to the and have you previously testified?
And the government, yes, I was.
And specifically, were you asked to perform DNA analysis on hairs collected from the skeletal remains recovered at 104 Eagle Ridge Drive in Carlisle and compare them to DNA swabs collected from both Brooke Richardson and Trey Johnson?
Yes, I was.
I want to show you first what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 88 and State's Exhibit 91. You can take a look at those and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, this would be standards from individuals. And I recognize it has a laboratory barcode and also recognize the markings on the packaging.
And specifically first with State's Exhibit number 88, what is that in State's Exhibit 88?
This would be a standard from Brooke Richardson.
And then with respect to State's Exhibit number 91, what are we looking at there, please?
This is a standard from Trey Johnson.
And again, you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you explain to the jury the process in which you conduct your analysis?
The DNA process starts with the extraction of the DNA out of the nucleus of the cell. We then quantitate the DNA, which just tells me how much DNA that I have in my sample. I then amplify the DNA, which is kind of like a Xerox copy machine of the different areas of the DNA that we're looking at. And then we put it through our capillary electrophoresis machine, gather our data. Once we have our data and run it through our computer programs, I have my complete DNA profile. And when I look at my complete DNA profile, all I'm looking at is pairs of numbers and making comparisons between those profiles.
Okay. And in the process of conducting your analysis, are you able to make any determinations regarding the sex of the baby from the hairs that were recovered to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And what is that opinion, ma'am?
The baby was female.
Were you also able to draw any conclusions regarding the biological mother and the biological father of the baby?
Yes, I was.
And what is that?
Brooke Richardson cannot be excluded as a possible biological mother of the child, and Trey Johnson cannot be excluded as a possible biological father of the child.
And when you say they cannot be excluded, can you explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Basically, when I'm looking at my DNA, I'm looking at the profile from the child, and then I look at the profile from the mother. And when you get your DNA, you get one copy from your mom and one copy from your dad. So I'm looking at the child's profile and I look at the mother's. I see she's able to actually give a copy of her DNA to each area of the DNA that I'm looking at to see if she is a possible biological mother. And if I see that all the way across the board, I can say comfortably that she cannot be excluded as a possible biological mother of that child. Same thing for the father. Look at the profile of the child, look at the father's profile and do the exact same thing the whole way across the profile. And if I see they contributed at every area, I can say they cannot be excluded as a possible biological father also.
And did you see that each one of them, Trey Johnson and Brooke Richardson, contributed at each one of those spots that you were looking at?
Correct. That's why they cannot be excluded.
And given that information, could anyone else be the biological mother or the biological father of the baby?
With looking at my DNA profiles, I can see who contributed what. Probably unless they have like an identical twin, they cannot be excluded as a possible biological parents of the child.
And unless there is an identical twin, no one else could be the biological parent of that child.
Right.
Okay.
It's a hard way to say it.
In addition to DNA testing regarding the biological parents, were you also requested to analyze a swab that was collected from the floor under the bed of the defendant's bedroom?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 89. You can take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, it has our laboratory barcode and also recognize the markings on the packaging.
And specifically, what is that in State's Exhibit number 89, please?
It is tagged as being a DNA swab of floor of suspect's under bed.
Okay. And did you conduct serological analysis of that swab that was contained in State's Exhibit number 89?
Yes, I did.
And what did that reveal, if anything?
That swab did indicate the presence of blood.
Did you attempt to perform DNA analysis on the swab from under the suspect's bed?
Yes, I did.
And are you able to form any opinions regarding the analysis that you performed?
Yes, I was.
And are those opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And what are those opinions, ma'am?
From this swab, I did perform DNA analysis, and I got a partial mixed profile. And out of that profile, I was actually to be able to pull out a major component that matches Brooke Richardson to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Okay. Were there any other components that you noticed in the swab?
There also was a minor component, but I can make no determinations regarding that part of the DNA.
So is it fair to say that the DNA of the baby that you analyzed in this case can't be included or excluded as a possible contributor of that minor component?
I can make no determinations regarding the minor component at all, so I can't say who is or who isn't not in that profile.
But you are picking up a different component than Brooke Richardson.
Right. There's someone else, but I can't say who it is, though.
Okay. And that's because there's just not enough material available or enough DNA available?
Just not enough DNA available, just very minimal minor components. I make no determinations regarding it.
Okay. Regarding what you know about the childbirth process, would you expect to find DNA of the baby, say on a floor, for example, if a mother had just given birth?
Typically, I've had 3 kids. So, when you have a child, also there's a lot of, fluids and bodily fluids coming out of you. Typically, most of those fluids should be from the mother and not the child. So typically, no, I'm not expect to find the baby's DNA kind of floating around in with the mom.
Is that because it's covered in all of the mom's fluids?
Right, because it has its own the baby's, a person itself, and then the mom has her own fluid, so they really should not mix unless probably maybe something happened.
So where I'm confused, are you making this determination as an expert based upon your experience and your training, or your knowledge from being a mom?
My knowledge from being a mom.
Okay.
Mr. Laird, did you have the opportunity to author reports with respect to both pieces of information that you testified to today? One with respect to the biological parents of the child that was in skeletal remains, and then two with respect to the swab that was collected underneath the suspect's bed.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 93 and State's Exhibit 94. You take a look at those and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, these are copies of the 2 reports I generated for this case.
Okay. I have 1 moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Other than the exhibit stickers that have been placed on those reports, have there been any alterations or deletions made to them?
No.
Further questions?
Proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to make sure a few things are clear, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but DNA can be found in saliva, correct?
Yes, I can.
Mucous membranes, if someone blows their nose and drops a tissue on the ground?
Yes, we got DNA from those profiles, yes.
Semen?
Yes.
And you cannot date when DNA first existed on the sample, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The prosecutor talked to you about your report, and I'm going to display it for everyone. And I'm referring to State's Exhibit number 94. Can you see that on your screen, Doctor?
Yeah, I can see it right here, yeah.
Okay. So, just so everyone knows what we're referring to here, there was a submission to you. Those submission number 5 is they gave you carpet and padding from a hallway, correct?
Correct.
And submission number 7, I'm going to jump down a minute. They gave you carpet and padding outside of a bathroom, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday we had a sheriff's deputy in here, and he was holding up padding to the jury and a piece of carpet. He's holding up a piece of carpet for the jury. Did they give you a piece of carpet for submission number 6, which was from under Skyler's bed?
It says tagged as containing carpet padding.
Not carpet.
Correct. It is tagged as that because we did not actually open that item. So we just say whatever it says tagged as, we've labeled that in our report.
And you have no control over what's sent to you, correct?
Correct, except what the agency gives us.
And in this case, just so we're clear, the agency gave you 3 carpet padding samples.
Yes.
But only 2 carpet samples.
It appears so according to their labeling.
Okay. And the carpet sample that they did not give you was for under Skyler's bed.
According to our labeling, is this carpet padding.
Okay. Talking about the submissions that the agency gives you. In this case, the agency is the Warren County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, it is.
They could call you and say, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you did further testing for us on any of these samples, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The submitting agency could call you and ask you to do further testing on any sample that you were given, correct?
Yes, they can.
Because in this case, you did not test submission 5, 6, or 7, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because you had a swab that corresponded with those submissions where you found Skyler's DNA.
That's correct.
We heard yesterday about Blue Star. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, it's a type of luminol.
And what is luminol?
Luminol is used as a screening tool at crime scenes to spray on different areas to see if it fluoresces, which could indicate blood may be present at those spots.
And it is a last resort for law enforcement, correct?
Typically with luminol, if you're going to like a cleaned up crime scene, the only thing with luminol, it can react with other substances and it could potentially dilute out what little DNA is there.
And you've seen when luminol is used, garage floors light up.
Yes, I've seen that when I've done it, yes.
Bathroom floors light up.
Yes, they potentially can if there's cleaners on them, yes.
In fact, luminol, if cleaners are used, luminol lights up like a Christmas tree from a cleaner, not necessarily blood, right?
Correct, it can light up from other things besides blood. Cleaners are a big one.
Is it odd to you that someone would clean their bathroom floor with a cleaner?
No.
Odd to you for someone to clean their carpet if there's a stain on it?
No.
Were you given Jackson Richardson's profile for any of this DNA?
No, I was not.
Kim Richardson or Scott Richardson?
No, I was not.
On this, I'm going to refer to you to State's Exhibit number 93. The prosecutor talked to you about this exhibit. This was your second report on matching who the father of the child was, right?
Correct.
And I don't believe they mentioned to you or had you talk about submission number 3 from DJ Chambers.
Correct.
This report was submitted to the prosecutor's office on September 21st, 2017. Is that correct?
That's when it was released from our agency. I'm not sure exactly the date they got it.
And you didn't cut these swabs to open them, I don't think, until August 14th. Is that right?
Per my notes, yes.
If a lead detective or the submitting agency said, hey, you know what, we know who the father is, we can save you the time or the money, just test this one, just to confirm that the father is in fact Trey Johnson. You don't have to test DJ Chambers. They could have done that, correct?
They can always call us if they have additional information that can help us, or if they need something tested, they can always call us and discuss that with us.
And sometimes you get submissions and later you're told, hey, you don't need to test those submissions.
Yes, that's happened.
Did you know that DJ Chambers is one of the only Black students at Carlisle schools?
No, I don't have that information.
Did you know that the lead detective and the prosecutor's office were told who the father was well in advance of your testing these swabs?
Overruled. Answer if you can.
Typically, I don't get that kind of information up front.
Your office does significant amount of touch DNA testing. Is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what touch DNA is?
Touch DNA has become a large part of our casework. And typically, when we talk about touch cases, like if someone breaks into like a business or your home, we'll go around and swab those areas that they touched and try to find any foreign DNA on those items to try to put it in the database to get a hit or potentially match it back to a suspect. So things like that, or someone like, discards property, like be like a baggie or clothing. We can also swab those items and find out who they belong to.
Is it accurate?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Is touch DNA an accepted procedure in your field?
Oh, yes. It's just normal. We don't do anything different with the DNA. It's just a different type of sample.
And you can trust the results from it?
Yes, we have many things in place to make sure our process runs the way it's supposed to.
And in fact, touch DNA now is about 70% of your office's work?
Yes, it is.
Back in 2017, it was also a majority of your office's work?
Yes, it is.
We've seen pictures of lighter fluid, bleach, Bic lighters. Do you ever do any touch DNA, in this case, on any objects that were submitted to you by the Warren County Sheriff's Office?
Not on the items that were given to me. I didn't do any touch DNA on those items, no.
I have 1 minute, Your Honor.
I start typing a message.
Pictures of Blue Star yesterday. There was no blood found on the bathroom wall. Is that correct?
Yes, the sample was negative.
Negative, no blood. No blood on the bathroom door, correct?
Actually, we just had samples from the toilet and the floor in the bathroom.
They didn't even give you a swab from
We had a swab from a west wall, but I'm not sure where that was taken from.
Okay. And so from what you've been given, which you cannot control what you're given, correct?
Correct.
It is either negative or you didn't have a test for the bathroom wall and the bathroom door, correct?
We had from the west wall was negative for the presence of blood.
And nothing for the door.
I believe I do not have a sample from the door.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else for this witness?
Mr. Richters was asking you about what was submitted and the fact he was suggesting that the carpet wasn't submitted with the padding for the carpet that was collected under the bed. Do you remember that questioning?
Yes.
I want to show you, just 1 second. What's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit 137. You can take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's a copy of one of our submission sheets that an agency fills out to give to the laboratory.
And is that one of the submission sheets for this case in Brooke Richardson?
Yes, it has a laboratory barcode on it.
And if I could have it, please. When you look at this submission sheet, under the description list of evidence, the second one down, would you agree with me that that indicates that both the carpet and the padding were submitted to the crime lab for their review?
It looks so, yes.
Okay. And again, you didn't do any testing of that carpet, but you also already had a swab that was collected at the scene that was taken from that carpet. Is that right?
Correct. I did a swab from under the bed. Yes.
And you tested that swab?
Yes.
Okay. I have one moment, Your Honor.
Un momento, por favore.
I'm going to display State's Exhibit 94 one more time. In your report, it's clearly labeled that the only submission that you have for number 6 is carpet padding, not carpet, correct?
Right. We just put one brown paper bag tagged as containing carpet padding, but we never did open that item as evidence to actually see what was inside of it because we did not examine it.
And if the prosecutor's office or the lead detective in the case said, hey, we really have to know who the minor component DNA is, they could call you and say, test the same area. Could you please test submission number 6?
Correct. They can always call and have us do additional testing.
And they did not ask you to test, nor did you ever test submission number 6.
That's correct.
I have no further question, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Counsel, approach, please.
Will they cut it? Looks like it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take another break. I know it seems like you're spending most of the day in the jury room today. I apologize for that, but we have some technical issues that we have to get resolved before we bring you back. So let's plan on about a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 5 after 11. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, remember what I previously told you. Don't begin to think about how you're going to decide this case or talk about the case amongst yourselves or do any research or look at any media regarding the case. All right. Hold on. All right, we are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Our next witness is going to be Mr. Fain, and then we are going to play the first part of the video statement, the whole video statement number 1. Is that right?
The whole video statement of the first interview, yes.
Okay, which is 2 hours and how long?
9 minutes.
Holy crap.
Okay. All right, so we have 2 different transcripts. Tell me what it is that you expect that I'm going to tell the jury regarding these transcripts.
Judge, the first transcript relates to the first 4 minutes of the audio where.
So this is the little one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for record, it was.
I'll secure number 20 on it, but I'm going to tell the jury that this is not an exhibit and they will not have it with the
No.
That's what.
It's called Lieutenant Fain, Your Honor.
Lieutenant Fain. I think it might be Lieutenant Fain, not Fain.
I did.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
John Fain, spelling of the last name is F-A-I-N-E.
And sir, are you currently retired?
I am.
And where were you employed back in the summer of 2017?
I was employed at the Warren County Sheriff's Office at that time.
And in what capacity were you employed there?
At that current time, my rank was lieutenant, but my current assignment was the Criminal Investigative Sections Commander, or that's our detective unit. We call it Criminal Investigation Section, or CIS. So at that time, I was the lieutenant in CIS.
Okay, and what did your duties consist of as lieutenant of CIS?
For the most part, the duties in that position are just
in regard
from the complaint system during the Detective Abshire, who had just been.
And what information did you obtain there, if any?
There again, it was the same brief information. They had a copy of their incident report, the skeleton officer, female officer at Carlisle Police Department at that time, and myself, Detective Abshire, and Officer Gee responded out to the residents at Eagle Ridge.
Okay, and that's 104 Eagle Ridge Drive in Carlisle, Warren County, Ohio?
Yes, sir.
What happened when you responded to the residents, sir?
When we first got to the residence, there was no one there. We knocked on the door, no one was home. But almost simultaneously with that, Mr. Richardson pulled into the driveway in his truck.
Okay. Is that Scott Richardson?
Yes.
What conversation did you have with him?
Just told him why we were there, that we had information and that we needed to talk to his daughter about it, and if he knew where she was.
Did you tell him at that time that you were there regarding possible skeletal remains, or you just told him that you wanted to speak with his daughter?
I did not. I told him that there's an investigation we were doing. We had a complaint, and based on the knowledge, it had said that it was Skyler that had been to the OBGYN clinic. So I told him that she would be the one that could either corroborate this information or refute this information. Honestly, when I first got that report, a lot of times we get a lot of reports that aren't necessarily true once we see them all the way out and actually get investigating them. So at that time, I still didn't know what was true, what was not. So, but I knew that Skyler was the one we needed to talk to. And I told her father that she was the one we need to speak to.
Did her father then make efforts to contact her?
Yes, he did. He was very courteous, and he maybe said she was at her grandma's, but wherever he said she was, he said it was just really close and she could be here in just a matter of a few minutes and that he would. And he subsequently did contact her.
Okay. And then was he able to get Skyler to return to the home?
He was, and just as Mr. Richardson had said, it was only a few minutes, and she then pulled up in the driveway.
What happened when she got there?
We introduced ourselves to Skyler and told her that we were doing an investigation and needed to speak with her, and we would like to do it at the Carlisle Police Department. And we told her if she wanted to, she would be able to ride with her father over to the police department. And all of us went over there, not together. We were in separate cars, and then Skyler rode with her father to the Carlisle Police Department.
So she agreed to go with you to the Carlisle Police Department to be interviewed?
She did, yes.
Did she ask you at all what this was concerning?
I think she asked what it was about, but I told her that we would, I didn't want to speak until we were at the police department. And we have a policy, we audio and videotape our interviews whenever possible. I mean, it's got to be an extreme condition when we don't. We always try to do that. And just based on the nature of what this allegation was, if it didn't actually turn out to be true, we wanted to make sure everything was audio and video recorded.
Did everyone then respond to the Carlisle Police Department?
Yes.
What happened when you got there, sir?
When we got there to the Carlisle Police Department, Officer Gee and myself conducted an interview with Skyler.
Okay. And was that in one of the interview rooms there at the Carlisle Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Are you aware, is that interview room audio and video recorded?
It is, yes, to my knowledge, yes.
And then, sir, did you also have your own handheld recorder as well?
I did.
And at some point during the interview, you utilize and turn on that handheld recorder. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you indicated that you and Officer Gee then proceeded to interview Ms. Richardson.
Yes.
Prior to interviewing her, did you have an opportunity to advise her of her constitutional rights?
Yes, I did.
And how do you do that, sir?
To do that, it's kind of two-part because we're doing it visibly and also orally. We actually have a sheet that we utilize at the sheriff's office that we read right off of that sheet. And also, we will have the person at the end, whoever we're interviewing, there's a paragraph that they read just to also make sure that they're able to fluently read and communicate the English language, so there can be no discrepancy of them possibly not understanding. We want to make sure that they fully understand their rights, and all the details. And we'll actually each right, then we'll have them initial, whereas the right to remain silent, do you understand that one? And if you do, put your initials. Right to have an attorney and have an attorney present. And a big one also, the right to stop the questioning at any time if you wish to stop the questioning. So we do that, and we also do that while the each time with the interview, and they sign as well at the end, the full signature.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 117. You can take a look at that and tell me whether you recognize what you're looking at.
I do, yes. This is it is my handwriting and also Skyler's handwriting, and this is the form that we use, yes.
Okay. And when you go through this form with Skyler, is that all audio and video recorded as well?
Yes.
Other than the exhibit sticker placed on this form, is it a fair and accurate copy of the form that you used and had Ms. Richardson sign?
Yes.
And then after she completes this form, you then begin to ask her questions regarding your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that's all audio and video recorded.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request permission to place State's Exhibit 119 by agreement of the parties, and we request to pass out the transcripts to the juror members.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen next is that you are going to view an audio-video recording of some of the statements of the defendant. You're also going to be provided with a transcript of this recording to help you follow along. The audio and video that you're going to see is the evidence. The transcript is not the evidence. So if you find that there is a difference between the transcript and the recording, then the recording is what controls. If you find that having this transcript in front of you does not help you in evaluating the evidence, you do not have to follow along and you do not have to read along. So, and I want to emphasize this, that what you are going to see and what you are going to hear is the evidence. Now, the transcript that you're going to have, don't make notes on it because it's not going to be an exhibit. There's an exhibit sticker on it, but trust me, you are not going to get this exhibit back. So do not make notes on what you have. If you find that it helps you, then follow along with it. If you find that it does not help you, you can just turn it face down and watch what it is that you're going to see. You're actually going to have two transcripts because of what Mr. Fain just testified regarding the audio recording and transcript. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we have a couple of people who are not ready.
On the other side, we'll come in just a couple minutes.
Yay. That audio is terrible.
I know you're so scared, but just, I'm just basically, yes, your mom just got home and she wants to come.
Oh, no, you just tell me what's
I'm sorry.
Can you just tell me what's happening?
Yeah, so well, it's like maybe nothing has happened, so that's what I'm gonna wait for Katie to come in here. Maybe nothing has happened, okay? So that's what, and we don't know until we talk to you, okay? You're the one that's gonna be able to help us with this, okay? Are you gonna be seen by, are you gonna get anything? The only reason I ask is earlier, Katie said something about she thought you might be here, saw it on the Facebook page or something. So did you just graduate, so you'll be a freshman? That's cool.
Am I gonna get arrested?
What?
Am I gonna get arrested?
I don't think so, no. I mean, you may tell me something that I can't say no to that in case you tell me all of a sudden, you're like, you know what, I did this, but, no, that's not our plan. We're trying to find out, we were given some information. We want to talk to you. You're a person that could say whether it was, do you think it was true or not? So, if you witnessed or saw this or not. So, yeah. So once, so that's what we're going to do. And I wish I could help you like because I know I can say so many times, just don't be scared, don't be scared. But I know you're still nervous. You're 18 years old. When's your birthday, like March?
Yeah.
So you just turned 18 years old. I have daughters that are 27 and 25, so they were your age at one time, so I've done this kind of stuff as a parent, living it in real life, and then I've been at the sheriff's office for 20 years, so I've done it, this way too. So I know, and I've been sitting there with my daughter or daughters while they were being talked about stuff. So, so let me tell you what's going to happen is, Katie and I were going to talk to you and just ask you what you know, if anything about this, okay? If you know anything about this information that we were given, and then if you know anything more than what we were told that can help us, that either something did happen or something didn't happen, okay? And then we'll see, because really we don't know what's going on until we talk to you, okay? There's going to be something where then say, okay, thank you, and we're out of here in 5 minutes. So literally it could be 5 minutes, okay? Do you have any questions for us? Okay, I know it probably feels worse because you're in this room and everything, and there's 2 cops in here and everything, but we are, Katie and I, we are regular people. I am John, she's Katie. So, we've both been doing this a long time. We're not like here to lie to you. We're not trying to trick. There's no tricks or nothing like that, okay? I'm just hoping, because I know you're really nervous, that we can try to make you relax a little bit.
You want a glass of water?
Yeah, do you go to the bathroom or anything like that?
Okay, let me know.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Whenever we do interviews at my office, at the sheriff's office, I'm not sure if it's the same for Katie's too, but we always have to record them. So this recorder will be going. And
is that audio? I know it's bad, but I've tried to tune the crackle out as much as I can. Can you still hear what she's saying?
Yeah.
I'll put it back on again. Just let me know.
We're now transitioning to the larger transcript, right?
Yes.
Of course, they stop it now, and it's the judge speaking.
All right, you may proceed.
And then I've got a sheet that I've got to fill out with, you know how you hear people talk about your right to remain silent and that sort of stuff? We have to go over that since when we're doing an interview with someone. Okay, it doesn't mean you're charged with a crime, obviously, or you asked about being arrested, all that, but it's something we have to do before we ask even a witness if it's something serious, okay? Your first name is Brooke. Is there an E or? You go by Skyler?
Yeah.
And what's your last name?
Richardson.
Richardson?
He's a lefty.
Okay. You probably have, sorry, we don't have that in here anymore, do we not?
I can grab it.
No, I can get, what's your social security number?
I don't
Or do you
actually know.
That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. A lot of people don't. One day you'll know that. You'll know that like the back of your hand, so.
Thank God. I'm so glad.
Does it take a while before they actually get into proper testimony, or?
Yeah, it does.
All right. I shall jump ahead. Tell me if I've gone too far.
We're not saying anything like that. That's not why you're here today. We're not saying that. Did you say her? Okay, it was a girl. So what did you tell them? So you told them you had to have the baby and she wasn't alive. Did you know what date that it happened on?
May 7th.
It was for sure. Okay, because that's the date they told us, but I didn't. I just want to make sure the information they gave us was the same. Okay. And I'm sure you remember it for sure because it was a horrible day. I'm just going to assume it was a horrible day. So now, and this is probably hard. But again, we're just trying to get this, and it kind of gives you a chance also to.
Am I in trouble?
What's that?
Am I in trouble?
No, we're just trying to figure out, Skyler, what the whole reason we're here today is just try to figure out.
Of course you're in trouble. Ring a lawyer.
Are you?
Hey?
Said, of course you're in trouble. Ring a lawyer. They don't put you in little rooms with no windows.
Yes. No comment. No self-snitching.
That's it. Name, address,
And
and
what
date of birth.
the information we got from the doctor. So let's go to May 7th that day and tell us about and try to make sure we can hear you on here, but tell us about what happened. Kind of walk us through exactly what happened, what you felt or where you were, and just kind of tell us what happened.
I had the baby and
Okay, hold on a second. When you say you had the baby, where were you?
I was in my bathroom.
You were in your bathroom? Okay, were you on the toilet or in the bathtub or on the floor?
Toilet.
Were you seated on the toilet?
Yeah, that's when I had the baby.
Okay, how did you know you were going to have her? Did you have
I could feel it and something needed to come out. I could feel it.
So you felt that feeling?
Yeah.
Do you know, have you ever heard the term when people say their water broke?
Yeah, I don't
But you didn't feel that well, and I think you'd probably know
it. It just came out when I pushed and it was breathing. It didn't make any noises.
Okay. So you're seated on the toilet, and I guess, and I'm just trying to. So do you have your hands? Are you going to try to catch her?
It was breathing. It. Detachment much?
Breathing.
Okay, so when I assume because you were able to deliver there by yourself, she wasn't breathing or anything else, so she came out head first. Is that right?
I think. I don't know what happened. She just kind of came out and I tried.
Okay, no, and I understand. When she came out, were you able to catch her? Did she go into the toilet, or were you kind of?
Yeah, a little. I kind of caught her by the head a little bit.
Caught her by the head. Okay, and so when you say little, are you holding her head and like maybe feet or something are hanging down into the toilet, or how? Okay. Well, and it's probably hard to remember exact details, and I'm just trying to visualize it. And there will be things that you can't specifically remember because it's traumatic and it's not your fault.
I never
that you can't. I understand that no one here thinks that you did, Skyler. We're not judging you where we think you are a scared 18-year-old, girl who, even though 18 is when you're an adult, it's, like I said, I've had kids a long time. So you're still a very young woman at 18 years old, and you're going through this alone because, had you told anyone yet? Okay, so.
I've never told anybody.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. So you're doing this all on your own. You've got no help. So it's going to be overwhelming. I wouldn't expect it any other way. So let's go back, and you're holding her, and maybe you should start hanging down. So what?
And whose choice was that?
What do you do next?
Put her in my arms, I try to hold her, and she's breathing. She doesn't have a heartbeat. She's not breathing.
How did you? I know the breathing part you can kind of tell and see. Did you ever hear a cry or a whimper? Did you, when you say she didn't have a heartbeat, did you try to check it?
I tried to feel. I tried to feel
in her chest.
I didn't even push hard. I just felt.
Okay. And were her eyes open or closed?
They were closed.
They were closed. Okay. Can you remember whether or not she still had the umbilical cord attached to her belly button?
I don't remember.
Can't remember. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Understand. So now you're holding her in her lap. Is that correct? Do you have a towel or anything, or is she just on your legs?
There was a towel. I had a towel, and I was bleeding so much.
Okay. Is she covered a little bit? Like, does she have kind of some blood and some mucus type looking stuff on her? Okay. As you're holding her, do you know, or could you feel or anything? Do you think you delivered your placenta after that? Or?
Yeah, it came out. It came out the next day.
The next day?
Yeah. Because yeah.
Okay. Did you? Okay, so her umbilical cord, did you cut that umbilical cord, have something to cut that with?
No.
And the only reason I asked that is because, that's where the baby is, hooked in her belly button, and then the cord is also hooked with the placenta, and usually they deliver together, but that's okay.
Oh my gosh.
That's okay. I know we're trying to make you go back 2.5 months to the worst, I'm going to assume what's the worst memory, the worst memory of your whole life. Are you okay right now?
Yeah, I just want to know what happened to me. I never meant to hurt her.
I understand that. Skyler, again, like I told you, we don't think you meant to hurt her. We don't think you hurt her.
Am I going to be in trouble?
So I don't know that you're in any trouble. We're just trying to help you get through this and try to find out exactly what happened. So Okay, stay with me here. So now you're holding her and she's on your lap in a towel, right? Try to feel for a heartbeat, but there's not one. Her eyes are closed and you can tell she's not breathing. What do you do then?
I stayed there with her for a little bit. I tried to see if she picked up, if I had to bury her. And I think am I going to be in trouble for that?
It's better if you've got an Ethernet cable, a direct link. Otherwise, the Wi-Fi drops you out. It's a pain in the butt. Yeah, hardwire it to your router. Yes. White with 2, please, Tan.
I know it wasn't
We're trying to see if she could
breathe and
breathe or
bury her.
no. Well, wait. Let's not talk about that part yet. Let's just say right. So you're just holding her, right? I guess were you hoping she would start breathing?
Yeah, I hope she would start
Okay.
breathing.
Or maybe start having a heartbeat. Okay. And do you work at the YMCA, right? Do you have to have any kind of training in like pediatric or infant, like CPR, first aid CPR
We're
stuff?
supposed to get our CPR. I'm supposed to take the class soon.
Okay, but you haven't had the class. Okay, so you're not already certified in. So you don't know how to do CPR on an infant. Is that correct or safe to say? Okay, I understand, and that's why I knew working at the Y probably at some point you would have to get that certification. We have to do that just in case we come in that situation. So you're holding her now, and you're all by yourself. We know you're all by yourself. No one knows, and she's still not breathing. At some point, I guess maybe did you start to think or realize she's not going to make it? Probably because.
Yeah.
And why was it? Was it because she?
I thought it was my fault because I should have called the doctors back and I should have told somebody, but I'm so scared.
I understand. And again, like you're all by yourself. No one is. You didn't even have like a best friend or anyone that knew, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Confided in no one. Okay.
I should have told my mom.
Well, this is a hard thing to tell your mom. I mean, there's things that are hard to tell our parents when we're 18, but this is probably a big bombshell. So now, what do you do when you realize that she's not going to make it?
I have to bury her.
You have to bury her, but I mean, what did you first do? Did you wrap her? Did you cover her up in the towel? Did you hold her for a little while?
For a little bit.
Is this all still in the bathroom?
Yeah.
And this is at your house, I think you said earlier, right? Okay. So then it's okay. It is okay. I mean, like I said a lot. We're not judging you. We're not doing anything. I mean, I feel horrible for you. You're 18 years old. You're doing this by yourself. I've seen my oldest daughter when she was pregnant. The guy that was the dad, who, I mean, it was determined later on for sure he wasn't. He denied it the whole time. He was not there. I was the one in the delivery room with her. I mean, so other than me, she was on her own, but still it wasn't the situation. She had me and you had no one. So I know what she went through, even with me being there to help her, and you were by yourself. So I can't even imagine how you've been.
Her choice.
And you've managed to make it, and just carry this weight on your shoulders all by yourself. So, again, I'm so sorry that you've had to do that by yourself. And so now you've got her wrapped up in the towel you've been holding her, and so you decide you have to bury her. Why do you decide you have to bury her?
I didn't tell anybody.
Because you hadn't told anybody, and you still didn't want to tell
That
anybody.
really bad. I didn't.
No, it's not for us to say, Skyler. It's not for us to say it's really bad because we're not trying to judge you or do anything like that. Okay.
Are you gonna put me in jail because of that?
No, I'm not. That's not why I'm here today to try to put you in jail. All we're trying to do is find out. We're still just trying to find out what happened. Okay. And so you decided you needed to bear because obviously it's the proper thing to do. I mean, every person, even a baby at 34 weeks, roughly, everyone deserves a burial, right?
She deserves better.
Yeah, I mean, she well, a lot of times people are in a situation where they may deserve better. You deserve better than to be all by yourself on this. But we don't always get to have a say so in what life hands us. So. So you decide you got to bear it because it's the right thing to do, and it's the best thing. If you're not going to tell anybody, it's probably the best way to do right by her, right? I mean, and you want to do right by her, which that is very noble. I mean, I get that, and it says a lot about you because even going through that and how awful it is, you want to do the right thing, even though I'm sure your heart was probably torn out, absolutely torn out, but yet you still want to do the right thing. So you decide you got to bury her. How did you even think about that? Did you know where you would bury her?
I just wanted to bury her. My backyard so big about her.
Okay. Kleenex or anything?
No, it's okay.
Did you grab a Kleenex? Are you sure? Well, just let us anyhow. Yeah, we are, and I know I feel bad because I make.
Maybe they had a lot of cases on that day, Leonard hand knits, but maybe because that particular ME had more experience with skeletal remains, perhaps, I don't know. I can't help you there, sorry. Oh, what did I do? Ah, I went right back to the start. Oh, Jody, you idiot. Oh, no, I didn't. I went.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Did I?
And you didn't cut a cord or nothing?
No.
Well, this is part
There was
2.
no
I think I've
didn't
skipped
do it
the whole
afterwards or
thing.
something?
Should be. A placenta.
Hang on. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What have I done? I think I've gone.
How did you
There we
even
go.
think about that? Did you know where you would bury her?
I just wanted to bury her in my backyard. So
Sorry.
I could go look at her.
Okay. Kleenex or anything?
No, it's okay.
Did you grab a Kleenex? Are you sure? Well, just let us anyhow. Yeah,
What's a live stream without an IT issue?
we are, and I know I feel bad because I'm making you talk about like the worst parts of it now, and
But I get to go home still.
what's that?
I still get to
We're going to talk. Yes, we're still trying to figure out exactly. So what happened?
I'm sorry.
So, okay, Skyler, she's kept yourself. But you don't have to apologize, okay? Like I said, I mean, I hope you believe me. I'm telling you the truth about my daughter and everything. So I've seen her go through this, so I know you're going through a horrible thing, and you had to do it all by yourself. So if you wanted to bury her in the backyard again and do flowers, so is that what you did? How did you take us through that? So what did you do? Did you bury her immediately?
I tried to, but soon after.
Okay, so what did you do with her when you got ready to go down and I guess maybe look for a shovel or whatever you need? Where did you put her?
I had it with me.
You had her with you in a towel? Okay. Did you end up burying her at your house? Okay. Was the shovel or whatever you used, was it at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. So just kind of help me, walk through this. So what did you do? I guess, is your bedroom upstairs or bathroom upstairs? Okay, so you had to walk downstairs?
I had to pick myself up a little.
Are you carrying her?
Yes.
Did you go into the garage or do you have an outdoor shed like where you have the shovel?
I have my garage.
Okay. What did you find or what did you use?
Just got a shovel. I just put a little hole in my backyard and put her in it.
Okay, I understand. What did you do? Did you have, and you didn't have any help, right? Okay. What did you do with her while you were digging the hole?
Set her down.
Was she outside with you? Were you worried that anybody was going to see?
Yeah, I should have told my mom. She could have asked me.
I understand. But I mean, what was it? Daytime?
No, it was the middle of the night.
Oh, it was the middle of the night.
Very, very early in the
Okay.
morning, nighttime.
Did it wake you up like you felt like something was?
I didn't sleep that night.
The problem is, Sharon, she didn't need to panic. If she'd have confided in someone or sought out the, gone back and done her prenatal obstetrician appointments like she was asked to do, this may well have been avoided. That's where I'm at. Which.
Oh, you didn't sleep. Okay. Did you already feel like something was going on with her?
Know.
Okay. So this was the middle of the night. Were your parents home?
Yeah, they were asleep.
They were, and they were asleep.
They didn't hear me. They didn't hear me.
Did the dogs hear you or anything?
I left my dog upstairs.
Okay. So you take her with you. How far down do you think that you dug?
Not that deep.
I'm sorry?
Not that deep.
Not that
I
deep.
wasn't strong enough. I hurt really bad.
Well, and that's what one reason I asked that is because I know the ground can be pretty hard, and you're trying to do it by yourself. You're upset. It's horrible. You just had a shovel, right? Like that, and you didn't have a pick to help break stuff up or anything. Oh, a little shovel?
I tried.
How far down would you, like if you could even guess, do this, would you say you dug this far, this far, this far? Maybe only that far?
I covered her though.
So you dig a hole, you dig a small hole. Did you place her in the hole? Okay. Was she still in the towel?
No, I took her out of the towel.
You took her out of the towel. Did you lay anything down there in the dirt, or was it just the dirt?
It's just her.
Just the dirt. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to figure out and try to picture. And then you covered her up with dirt, right? And then what did you do as far as, did you do anything else? And the only reason, I guess, were you worried that someone was going to notice that or see that? Or
Yeah, I planned to eventually tell my parents.
yeah. What part of your yard is it in? Like if you're
Backyard, the very back.
Absolutely.
Right, the backyard, but let's say, and I looked at your backyard a little bit. If I'm like at your back deck, or like that door there, looking out into your yard, which would it be off to the left, to the right, straight back?
Kind of straight back just a little bit.
It's all the way back there, like where that tree line is, where the trees are.
Yeah.
And would you be able to show us exactly where it is?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let me in trouble for
Did you well, wait, stay with me for just a second. Did you ever get a chance to plant flowers yet, or
I just found some. I put them on her.
You did?
The flowers, I put them on her.
You put them on there? Okay. Are they still there, or was that back when it happened?
Back when it happened.
That was back when it happened. Okay, and now then, have you been back there since?
Maybe once. It's hard.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm wondering, what does it look like now? Can you still see the spot where you dug?
Yeah, because I put a little vase by her. There's a little flower pot by her.
Okay. Obviously, there was so much going through your head and everything. And when you when you buried her, can you tell us about what did you do right after? Did you tell us about now going back in the house? Like, what do you do right after you bury her?
Clean up the wood.
Mm-hmm. Did you have anything to clean up?
I had a towel.
Yeah. What did you do with that towel?
Just threw it away.
You threw it away? Okay. Did you throw it away inside the house or in like the rucky bin out in the garage?
Yeah, I threw it away maybe like a couple days later. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you think about telling anyone at that time, or were you still pretty sure?
I don't tell my mom. I should have told my mom.
You thought about it?
Yeah. I was really sorry. I feel it was over.
Well, it's okay. I mean, no one can judge, what you did at that time. We weren't going through what you went through at all, so I can't say you definitely should have told your mom, because I wasn't going through it. So, and we're not here to try to do that. You said, so this is in the middle of the night, right?
Yeah, maybe like
You said the next day you delivered your afterbirth. Would it have been later on that same calendar day, but later during the day? Can you remember?
I came out with me. I don't even know what it was supposed to look like.
What the
I just came out like something came out with the body, but there was just a lot.
Yeah, well, and that was probably it, because it's a lot, and it kind of looks. I just
like
don't
a
really
bag of
describe it.
veins.
It looks very unique, but then once you see it, you know what it looks like. But so that came out. Have you gone to any other doctors after that? Not including the appointment you went to 2 days ago. Did you go anywhere to get checked out or anything after you delivered her? And okay. Are you still doing okay? Okay.
This is maybe over soon.
It will be. Let's talk about exactly what happened. Tell me the first thing when you say you didn't sleep that night that this happened. Leading up to it, you didn't sleep. Is there a reason why you weren't sleeping?
I was hurting.
It was always hurting, so you felt like something was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, did you maybe think you were going to have, or just there was so much pain you couldn't sleep, or you felt like?
Yeah, it was just a lot of pain.
Okay. Had you had any pain prior to that?
That day, yeah.
Like what kind of pain?
Just it hurt. It felt like cramps.
Okay, cramps. Like, were they piercing, like sharp?
Yeah, and in my back.
And then your lower back. Okay. And now I've got some hard questions, still to ask you that we're obligated to ask, because we want to make sure, not just for your health going forward and stuff, but I know, because of that, and also because this wasn't something that you planned or expected or hoped for, we can't help but wonder, and need to talk to you about the possibility of, did you help yourself with an abortion, to help, you would never.
No, I swear.
I'm not saying that you did, but just follow me. The reason we've got to talk about this a little bit is because I know that this wasn't planned, it wasn't expected, and the medical staff, they were actually concerned when you left that day. You found out that you were going to get an abortion or try to, give yourself one, possibly just as a result of, because this wasn't, what you planned and expected or anything. But you're saying that there was nothing like that. Let me ask you this: Did you ever think about it?
Oh.
I mean, I'll be honest. I thought about when they told me I was pregnant. I asked if I could not have it, if I could get an abortion, but I was too far along.
They said because you were too far along. Okay, which I understand that. My daughter thought about it. My daughter thought about it too. Did you Did you do any research on it?
I kind of thought maybe if I could like figure out if it wasn't, like if I wasn't actually, but no, I don't think. I can't honestly remember. I promise I didn't try and kill her.
Okay, that's what we're trying to figure out, and I don't think we, I guess I'm not mean to say, did you try to kill her? I'm just asking you if you, considered giving yourself an abortion, because it happens a lot.
Okay.
That people give themselves an abortion. Did you ever search anything on the internet about giving yourself an abortion or having an abortion?
No, I just kind of thought of maybe looking up ways to maybe see if I could not have it, but I never followed through with anything.
What kind of ways did you look at, or where did you?
Looked at maybe how to have an abortion without going to the doctor, but that was it. And I never did anything.
Okay. Did you, how did you look that up?
I just Googled it.
Googled it on your phone or on a tablet or?
Maybe just my phone, I think. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have a tablet or a desktop computer at your house that you use?
Yeah, I have I have a couple. I have a Kindle, but I didn't look it up on my Kindle.
You didn't look it up on your Kindle?
No.
Okay. Probably your phone, right? I mean, most of us, everything we do is.
I do not try and kill my baby.
So what did you find out when you looked up how to have?
Well, it would be what? What time is it there now? Midday, so in an hour's time. It's 2 a.m. here, so yeah, I'm tipping it to be midday where you are now. Me think I'm me not sure I'm no 2 a.m. And Tanya didn't bring me my coffee.
An abortion.
There's nothing that even sounded relevant, really nothing.
Okay. I mean, were there no sites that popped up as far as like helping yourself have an abortion?
It was just like
and Skyler, the reason I'm asking you this is one thing we have to do is we're going to have your phone and we'll have to do what's called a forensic examination of your phone. And what that does is, it's almost kind of scary because how much we use our phones, but what that does is it will go back in our phone and it will bring everything up. Like, let's say my phone here, well, actually, I just remember I bought something from Home Depot. I bought a ceiling fan for a house I'm building about 6 months ago. When we go in and we do a forensic download of my phone, it will go back and it will show the date and time where I put ceiling fan Home Depot, and then it will show as I clicked, and it will literally show everything I looked at, the duration of how long I was on that page. And so I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm just wanting to make sure, that you're completely honest with us, because the phone it's going to show everything, so I need to know, because I feel like you've been really honest so far, but this is a big part right here, because if you say one thing and then your phone shows another, then that's when we would really have a big problem. And you've already been through so much, I don't want to have a big problem where we've got a big discrepancy.
No, I'm just trying to wrap my brain.
Okay, well, take your time. If you need to, get a drink and just try to think, try to wrap your brain about it, because this is really important. And because I know it's hard to say, because you already feel so bad, you feel so guilty. You say you felt like she deserved so much more, and I believe you. But also, there's part of me that knows you've already been through so much. You're going to do this on your own, and you've got a healthy baby, at 32 weeks, and then on April 26th, and then on May 7th, suddenly you deliver her in the middle of the night. And I know, just based from my experience in doing this job since before you were born, there are a lot of times where people just get so overwhelmed, and it's too far along to get an abortion at a place, and they still feel like it's the better choice, because for everyone, kind of. And so I need to know, and I need you to think really hard about this moment right now, because it's okay.
I have a cat asleep on my mouse pad next to my keyboard.
If you're able to tell me, and you want to tell me the truth, that I assist her. Not that you tried to abort her or kill her, but you tried to assist your delivery so you could deliver at home.
I promise I didn't try to do anything like that. She just came out and I wasn't ready. I didn't want to.
Okay. What about, so let's go to your phone. When we look in there, how much research are we going to see about having or getting an abortion?
Probably not a lot. I really didn't think that much into it. I really don't know what I plan to do.
Okay, well, and I'm just, again, Scott, I wasn't there, so I don't know, and I know you're going through so much, there's so much everything going through your mind when this happens. Is there going to be any sites or links or anything you visited or where you looked up where it said, how to give yourself an abortion or how to do a self-abortion?
I don't think there's no, I don't think.
You don't
I
think,
think
or
the only
there's
thing
not?
I think the only thing I searched is how to not have a baby or how to get rid of a baby, but I never did any.
Okay, well, but see, how to get rid of a baby is kind of,
Sounds really bad now. I'm
that's
sorry.
like how to, not that it sounds bad, but it's just a different terminology for, how you can help yourself, with an abortion, because that's technically what it is. You're not actually, you're not getting rid of a baby. You didn't wish her any harm or anything, but it's trying to have an abortion, which is, it is a legal thing to do.
It's illegal?
I said abortions are legal, like people are allowed to have abortions, but
No, it's 32 weeks.
Nothing was how to do it, and I promise her I did
Nothing
not try. I didn't try anything. I just kind of looked at it. I didn't want.
What did it say? What did you see? What kind of information did you see on there?
There was it gave you different pills or different things to do and different ways, but I never did any of the things.
You didn't take any of the pills?
No.
Was there did you see any sites that showed you any physical things to do as far as ways you can put things inside yourself? And did you see anything like that?
Well, maybe I don't remember, but I never did anything like that.
Okay.
I never tried to do anything like that.
Okay, and I'm just trying to see what you found in the research, because it's almost crazy on the internet. I mean, you can put something in, and how you'll pull up 100 pages of things that it is hit on during the search.
Did you get birth control pills when you went then to the doctor?
Yeah.
Did you take any of those?
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to hurt.
Okay. How many of those did you take?
Just a little of them, just the days I was supposed to.
All at once?
No.
One per day?
Yeah.
Starting on April 26th?
The day they were prescribed.
Okay.
So she goes to the obstetrician. She asks for birth control pills. They do a script, but then they do a pregnancy test. It comes positive. They do an ultrasound. They confirm that she's pregnant at 32 weeks. And then now she's saying she started taking birth control pills. I thought they said it wasn't dispensed. What the actual? Isn't the morning after pill like 4 birth control pills that will bring on an abortion? Holy crap. How could they not? How could that? Oh. How could she be that dumb? Really?
That's the thing. I think she really is naive.
But
that's the problem there.
They said that they stopped the prescription, but she's filled it and started taking them.
But
like, really?
Would it hurt? Would it really hurt when you're already pregnant?
Well, isn't the morning after pill for birth control pills?
No, it's not the morning after pill. No. That's you've got to take within 3 days, or 3 pills or something, isn't it?
Yeah, but those
the morning after pill.
The pills
she got the
are
normal contraception pill.
Yeah.
She got the normal contraception pill.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
the morning after pill's a lot stronger than that, and
it's 3 of those pills, or 4 of those pills that you have to take at once.
3. My sister only took 1.
Yeah, so she
had a baby.
She's taking those pills at 32 weeks. So what? No wonder she.
No, but
went into
normal
labour 11 days later.
Wouldn't do anything.
Pardon?
Normal. I don't know. Would normal contraception not? It's not the morning
Yeah.
after pill. It's the normal contraception she got.
No, but what I'm saying is the morning after pill is the regular birth control pills. You just take 4 of them at once instead of 1 a day. That's what the morning after pill is. They're normal everyday birth control pills, but you just take 4 of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But she didn't take them at once. She took them every day. I don't know.
Yeah, but that could have quite easily brought on her labour 11 days later.
Could have. Yeah.
She really is dumb. Are you finished now, Pumsy? Are you off my pad now? Yeah? Can I have my mouse pad back? Thank you.
Didn't think I was gonna hurt that. Okay, all right, I'm just asking questions. Do you remember what kind of pills they were? Just birth control pills? You don't remember what kind? Is this the first time you went on birth control? Yeah.
Because they're hormonal.
I never meant to kill my baby. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't. I understand. Now, when you threw away the towel that you used to clean yourself up, did you also throw away the towel that the baby had been wrapped in? Or was it the same towel or was it two towels? Yeah, I threw it away. Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm going to Google that just to make sure.
I have to step out for just a second.
I'm just doing that.
Just a minute, but I've got to step out just real quick.
Come on, honey. Just take a deep breath, okay? I'm gonna stay in here with you, okay? I don't want to go to jail. I know you don't. Just relax. I'm not going to jail. Listen, jail today. You're not going to jail, okay? So just, what's the worst that's going to happen to me? Honey, I don't know. This isn't my case, okay? He's talking. He just wants to get some things straightened up so that we can figure out exactly what happened. Are you being 100% honest?
Your baby isn't at risk.
All right, just deep breath.
Sorry?
The baby is not at risk.
At 32 weeks?
No.
Taking one?
What they're saying is using birth control near conception could increase the risk of low birth weight, preterm birth, or urinary tract concerns in newborns. Taking birth control pills during early pregnancy doesn't appear to increase the risk of birth defects.
You can see Clumsy's sitting in front of my defence rest sign at the back there, like a silhouette. Can you see him?
Yeah, well, looks pretty cool.
Like a cat in the moon. That's where the heater blows straight away. He's sitting up there getting nice and warm. Yeah. Just have a look and see what the actual, like, can you see the drug that's on the birth control pill? Like, it'll be a hormonal, like progesterone or estrogen or something, and then compare it to what the morning after pill would be. I'm pretty sure they're the same thing, just in a larger dosage.
Well, yeah, because it's estrogen and progesterone. So morning after pill.
Right, okay. I know this has to have been really hard on you. I'm sure there's part of you that is glad that the weight has been lifted off of you. Yeah, I just want everybody to believe me because I want to be in trouble. I understand. You're a very nice thing. You're going to get to it, honey. We found out anything else you should think of. Okay. I know you do, honey. And I believe you when you say it. So just be brave, okay? I'm telling you everything that I know, okay? Even if I add things like this on top of it, and it's super hard. You know, everything will be the hardest part right here. Do anything else, I'm not sure. Because you're only 18. I know it now.
That last when I was close to see my mom.
Yeah.
Oh, I can ask in court.
Honey, we're not even to that right now, okay? We're not even thinking about that right now, okay?
Because I didn't hurt her. I didn't want to hurt her.
I understand. Okay, I'll be right back.
There you go. It's a drug called levonorgestrel.
Yeah, but the main ingredient, is it the same as what's in birth control pills?
No, because they're progesterone and
estrogen.
Yeah. Yes. Where this is this one. It's called that. Hang on.
Yeah, but then that's the brand name. What's the actual drug?
No, that's the hormone. That's the drug.
All right, so put that into your Google search. Because that sounds like
hormone levonorgestrel. Yeah, they've all got this. They're like the same, all different ones.
But are they based all on estrogen and progesterone, or
the normal contraceptive pill is? Yeah.
What about this one?
The pill, no. It's got this stuff in it, which is.
You should be able to share the screen if you want. If you go to present down the bottom.
Ah, here we go. Oh, it's a progesterone. There you go.
There you go. Yep. see.
Come back eventually. I don't even know that. I can't say anything to that. I have no idea. I'm not sure. As soon as it's all
He's not even back yet.
Okay? If I gotta be mean, I'll be mean. So I'm not afraid to be mean. I'm not sugarcoating anything, okay? You just need to take some deep breaths and calm yourself down, okay? And deal with I mean, but they love you. I think their number one thing is they're worried about you over all else. They're mad, but mad's down here and worried about you because they love you so much is up here, okay? I think that's their main emotion right now is that they're worried about you. They're sad for you. They want to make sure that you're okay. They're protective of you.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think I'm going to need a lawyer? I don't know that answer. I can't tell you that, okay? I'm not sure. I'm not there yet. This is going to be handled by John that was here. And emotion.
A little, what I will call a TV timeout, but if you want to get up and move around, that's fine.
All right, so it sounds like they've told her parents now. And we're going to the second part of the interview, but that interviewer didn't even come back.
Outside, away, or at someplace.
Ms. Crock, you may continue.
Come on. Today, Junior, that's the dad. There it is, there.
All right, Skyler, we're going to let your mom and dad come in. Is that okay?
Yeah.
They're wanting to talk to you, and you probably want to talk to your mom and dad.
But do I get to home after that?
I'm sorry?
Do I get to home after that?
I still don't know. I'm still working on that, okay? Because we don't.
I told you that's what I believe, okay? That's all I know.
We're still trying to piece it together. I'm talking with a couple of different people, okay? So, we'll make that decision here short, but I want to let you talk on that. They're outside, they're a nervous wreck, they're trying to know, they want to know what's going on. I'm going to let you know, you may want to know, like, your mom and dad, you can tell them, whatever you want, okay, they know when we're here, okay? So, do you want to talk to your mom and dad?
Do we get them?
Yeah, you want to get them and bring them on in? Because they're, and you're 18, but it's totally up to you, but I would just, obviously no one loves you in the world more than these two, so I would just be honest with your mom and dad if you choose to, As parents, that's all. As parents, that's all we want, okay? So, I'm gonna step out, okay? We're all gonna step out, so y'all can have them. You should have just told us.
I know.
Kids
get pregnant every day. Pregnancy is not the end of the world.
I'm so sorry.
Love him.
That's it. She didn't even stand up. No hugs, no.
Yeah.
The mother they both seem just like matter of fact, like, yes, it's bloody freezing at the moment. It's 9 degrees here and my toes are about to snap off. Yes, it's that's Celsius, but yes, it is cold. The days are getting nicer because we're coming into spring, but the nights are still freezing. Yes, that's what I just said.
Yeah, Mum. I don't know. I think Mum's a bit of a piece of work and kept her very naive, to tell you the truth.
I think there was a bizarre relationship there, and I think there was a lot of pressure from her mum to keep a certain weight almost. I think there was a bit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Heavily influenced there, but it's like she didn't even stand up to give her a hug. I would have been sobbing.
Yeah.
And so would my mum, and she would have been like, "What?" Anyway. Neighbours only just started having characters wear long sleeves. Neighbours as in the show Neighbours or
Show
your
Neighbours?
neighbours?
It finished here how many years ago?
Yeah.
Is it still on?
I was saying that you could walk to the Neighbours set from my house to lend a hand. I keep going to say middle wow. The other day we were talking about it. Yeah, I actually I was on DoorDash this afternoon, and it came up, where it tells you how far away your driver is, and it actually says that Neighbours
Ramsey Street
or something like that. Yeah, on the Google Maps. I'll see if I can screenshot it and share it.
I think they want to know if I killed it myself. Yeah, you go to jail. I didn't though. I know.
Yeah, you're going to jail.
I promise.
A little sympathy.
Yeah.
You're going to jail.
I had a perfect life.
Who's the father?
Trey, that guy I used to date a long time ago. You lied to me about him. You lied to me about so much, and now you're
Oh, let's make it about Mummy, shall we? Really?
Okay, now you did lie.
Well, not all that.
Forget about the lie. The baby. The baby.
Here's the thing. What's done is done. It would have been so much better had you told us. So much better. And I don't know what's going to happen next. They're over there digging up something in our backyard that we had no idea. Your mother didn't even know you were pregnant. Can you imagine the absolute horror that we just went through not knowing what's going on?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think I said she's.
I'm sorry.
I know you're sorry, but lying is.
I was completely honest to them.
But you lied to us.
I could have helped you. And you would have been so mad at me. I'm sorry. And we're not now. I know you guys are so mad.
The thing is, because now we can't fix this. There's
If
nothing
you go to
we can
jail,
do.
it's in the papers. It's everywhere. The neighbors already called me. Chris already called me, and I know she was telling me that they're digging up stuff in her backyard. You're going to be on the news. How do you think Mims and Pat from Bill and Gina will feel? Please, support me. I didn't. Skyler, I am supportive, but I'm just
Are
saying.
you for real?
Her dad is wrong.
I know, but I didn't kill her.
So you just found out your daughter's apparently had a stillborn and buried it in the backyard, and you're worried about what the neighbours are saying. I don't like this, mother. Mm-mm-mm. What about your daughter's well-being?
Why didn't you tell us?
I want you to be mad at me.
But do you think you could possibly get away with something like that?
I didn't.
You're not.
I'm just going to tell you guys.
But after the fact. I understand you're sorry. I understand you didn't mean it. But you gotta understand this is the single worst possible scenario you could possibly have put us in.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll do anything to fix it.
You can't. It's hard.
I know.
I just gotta hope they don't take you to jail. I don't know what's gonna happen. Did they ever advise you to be right?
Yeah.
And you talked to them?
Yeah. I didn't have anything to hide.
Did they charge you?
No. Katie told me I got to go home.
Okay, well, I hope that's the case.
If they do an autopsy on the baby and they find out that it was living at the time of birth, then you will go to jail. I know it will. So now's the time to be honest. It wasn't.
What happened?
I had a baby and wasn't breathing. How did you cut the umbilical cord? I didn't. It came out of me.
Absolutely.
I didn't kill it.
Was the cord wrapped around his neck or anything?
No.
Education is key. Knowledge is key. Knowledge is power. Tell your kids everything. Everything.
It just wasn't real.
In fact, my kids tell me too much, I think.
No, they held it really tight. Maybe that's the only thing I can think of. I didn't
Absolutely. Fuck the neighbours.
I'm sorry.
Yes, she's a piece of work, I think.
How did you get the pills if you were pregnant?
I don't know. They were just prescribed. They were given to me. Like they were prescribed to me.
They said you couldn't get a pill if you were pregnant.
I don't know. They were prescribed. No, I went to the prescription place and got them.
So when you went to the doctor in April, you were already pregnant, and they gave you the pills anyway?
They were prescribed to me. Mom called me to prescription's ready to pick it up.
So the doctor knew you were pregnant and gave you the pill anyway?
I don't know. I guess.
Did you start taking the pill right away?
Yeah.
So this, you have to not tell anything other than the absolute God truth.
I did.
You went to the doctor on April 26th, and they put you on the pill, and you started taking the pill?
Yeah.
And you were already pregnant?
Yeah.
And you knew you were pregnant?
Yeah, but it wasn't supposed to hurt the baby. I assumed it was okay.
You're sure that's what happened?
Yeah.
Did you go back to the doctor before Wednesday?
No.
So April 26th and this Wednesday is the only 2 times you've been to the doctor?
Yeah.
And you told the doctor you buried the baby?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Mommy?
When you're still our daughter, just please be patient with us, because this is a shock, okay?
I know.
Oh, she reaches her hand out to her mother and she doesn't take it. What a cow. What a freaking cow. Let me just go back to that, like, watch her reach out. She says, Mummy, reaches her hand out and nothing.
I'm sorry. Mommy?
Mommy?
When you're still our daughter, just please be patient with us, because this is a shock, okay?
Nothing.
I know.
You're absolutely certain, beyond a doubt, because we didn't hear anything. That was a Sunday night, and you did this all on your own. Jackson didn't get up. Nobody got up. Nobody helped you.
No.
I can't feel my body right now.
Honey, please stop. That doesn't help. You did a horrible thing.
I didn't kill her.
You got pregnant. You had a baby in our house, and you never told us. Yes, you should have. Do you understand how much worse this is than that would have been? That's what we're trying to grasp. Because we were thinking that we were trying to do the things that were right for you, and they went horribly wrong. But if you went to the doctor and they prescribed you with the pill, and then they called because the baby was no longer there, it doesn't make any sense.
I don't.
If they gave you pills and you took it and that would have killed it, then that's your answer.
I didn't do it on purpose. I thought they gave me the pills.
Okay. You're absolutely 100% certain that you went to the doctor and they prescribed the pill to you in April and you started taking it.
Yeah.
So less than 2 weeks later, you delivered a stillborn baby.
When you walked down to that doctor's office, did you know you were pregnant?
No. I got to take my test. I thought I might be, but
who confirmed it for you?
Dr. Richardson.
He told you later?
He told me that day.
Wait, he told you that day, the 26th?
You just told me you walked down to the doctor's office and didn't know.
No, I thought you know when I walked in, like, I didn't think how I was, but when he told me, yes, I left, I didn't want it.
And you didn't tell us then?
No.
So if you took the pill after that, it must mean
No, because they gave it to me. I didn't know.
Did they tell you not to take the pill if you were pregnant?
No. They didn't tell me that. They just picked up my prescription when I was supposed to.
And you're absolutely certain about this point? Because the doctor's telling a different story.
What did the doctor say?
Well, they said that you were pregnant when you were there, and you came back and you're not, and you told them you buried it.
Because I had the baby and it wasn't alive.
And you have certain that you got a prescription from the doctor and started taking it right away.
Well, I don't know, because I went and I said I wanted to be on birth control, and then they found out I was pregnant, and then I thought that was the end of it. And then Mom texted me later said, go pick up your subscription, so I went and got it.
So they never told you to come back? They never said follow up?
They did. They wanted me to come back, but I never called back.
How long have you been on the pill?
Like 3 months.
So, like, right after you went there, you started taking it right away?
Yeah.
Why? Do you think you're going to get pregnant? Really?
Maybe.
Did the detectives ask you these questions about taking the pills and stuff?
No. The only thing they asked me was if I looked up anything about how to do a self-abortion.
Did you?
Just taking no. Pills is self-abortion. I didn't know that. Nobody told me that. They didn't say that.
They can check your internet history.
I know. I told them they could. I told them everything.
Okay. Something isn't jiving though. I don't understand the doctor. If you were pregnant, they can't put you on the pill. That's what the pill does, is make you think you're pregnant. And how did this come up with the doctor that you told him you buried the baby?
She asked me what happened. I told her I gave birth to a baby.
Are you sure? I mean, I know I keep talking on this, but are you absolutely certain everything that you just said is true?
Yes.
There's no way the doctor should have given you a prescription for the pill if they knew you were pregnant.
I don't know.
So when did you find out for sure you were pregnant?
When I went to the doctor on April 26th.
They told you right then and there you're pregnant.
Well, because I peed in a cup and he tested it.
And what did he tell you to do after that?
Make a follow-up appointment or something. Like call back and make an appointment.
Which you never did.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get the birth control pills then? They wrote you a prescription?
I don't know.
They had to call it into the pharmacy, and the pharmacy called my son and said your prescription's ready.
So they didn't do anything?
They just go straight to the pharmacy.
I don't even know what to think. I just hope and pray they don't take you away. I just don't know what's going to happen next.
I don't either, but I didn't kill it.
And what you say may be true, but how do they know that?
But I tell them everything.
Okay. You have to understand, you didn't tell us everything. So how would the detective have any idea whether or not you're telling the truth now?
Because I told them everything that happened. I love you guys.
I love you too, but it's got us in a really bad spot right now. I don't even know what to do. I don't know if I should be trying to call an attorney or somebody to defend you.
Call an attorney.
It's my own baby. I would never try to hurt it.
Unfortunately, I think it's happened before.
I know.
And you hit it. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're the only one who can say that. And the only thing the doctor knows is you're pregnant and now you're not pregnant. And you told him you buried a baby.
I know. That sounds bad. I was just told them I had the baby and I had.
That doesn't happen. People don't just do that. You go to the hospital.
I know, but I couldn't tell you guys.
You should have told us. And of course, you turned 18 right then and there, so you're an adult.
You're talking about women's prison, Skyler. We're not talking.
I know, let's don't talk about that. It's bad enough as it is, even if she doesn't go. But I don't know. We don't know. And you told them, hopefully they'll believe you. I don't know what they're going to find. I don't even know what they can find at this point.
You think? Yeah. I'm sorry.
What did you wrap it in?
I had it in a towel, but I didn't put her in anything when I buried it.
Where did you bury it?
In the backyard.
Where?
Like in by the tree line.
Where exactly?
I don't know, like a little to the left, like
Like over towards Cobra or towards Spring?
Towards Brent a little bit, but just a little.
Were all the bushes and stuff right up against the...
Kind of, yeah.
And no one saw you. You were all by yourself. You did this, and you came back in and went to bed. What about, was there a mess to clean up?
Yeah, I cleaned it up.
So what did you do with it?
Threw it away.
In the trash can?
No, not in ours. I put it in a bag and threw it away.
Outside, away, or at someplace else away?
At someplace else.
What was the mess?
It was just like bloody towels and stuff. Just bloody towel.
And you didn't cut a cord or nothing?
No.
There was no, isn't there an afterbirth or something?
There should be. A placenta? A sac of some sort.
There was nothing else?
No, just a placenta.
What do you mean, just a placenta?
Like the baby in the placenta.
That both ends of the spectrum are toxic. Both parents.
Yeah, whichever way it goes.
Mm-hmm.
And this girl, like, there's no way you think she was 18 by the way she talks or acts or anything.
She says that she delivered the placenta the next day. What did she do with that? She hasn't told anyone where that went.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a twinkle. I'll be back.
You always love me.
Yes, I will always love you. I'm not ever not going to love you, but it would certainly be helpful if you were honest with us. I cannot understand how you think this could be better than just not telling us in the first place.
I know it's not. I didn't know. I should have told you guys. Oh, I'm sorry.
Before I talk to the detective, I'm going to ask you this one more time. Please don't tell me anything that's not 100% true. You went to the doctor. You found out you were pregnant. They prescribed you with birth control pills. You picked them up and started taking them.
I guess.
They came from CVS or someplace like that.
Yeah.
You picked them up, prescribed to you in your name.
Yeah.
The pills, and you started taking them right away.
Yeah.
And you've been on them ever since.
Yeah.
Do you remember what day it was you started?
Probably like the day right after the doctor's.
So the doctor said the schedule follow-up appointment, but you did not do. What else did he say?
That's like all I can remember. That he just
He said you're pregnant.
He said there was like different options, like I'd give it away once I had it and stuff like that.
I want you to think back. Tell me as best you can exactly what the doctor told you.
That's literally the best I can remember. He thought I should tell somebody.
And you told nobody. And because you're 18, the doctor told nobody until you went back, and then they had to call the police. I mean, is it for sure that birth control pills can cause a miscarriage?
I don't know.
Do you swear you never looked anything up on the internet about that?
No, I told him everything.
So what is it? Do you think they were trying to get out of you? And what did they act like?
Your legs.
Honey, stop.
You have to be prepared for that.
No, let's not go there yet. Nothing you said, if you told us what you told them, would lead them to do that if what you said is true. If you lied to them in any way, they will find out, and then you will be in much worse trouble. So as long as you told them the truth. But something does not jive with a doctor finding out you're pregnant and you getting a prescription for birth control pills. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the doctor or the detective didn't ask you that?
No, I don't think.
Are you sure? You told him you went to the doctor to get birth control pills. You found out you were pregnant. You got a prescription for birth control pills and started taking them even though you knew you were pregnant. You told him that.
Yeah.
And you're sure Dr. Andrew did not tell you not to take birth control?
No. I'm positive.
And the pills you're taking now are the same pills you were originally prescribed. And they're in your name and you just got a refill.
Yeah.
Did the doctor say when you were supposed to schedule a follow-up?
I just had to call back.
And you went back now because?
I had to get a refill on my birth control.
But you've never talked to the doctor since? You never went to any other doctor anywhere, no clinics, no nothing?
Nothing.
How did you know that doctor wouldn't prescribe it if she was on? How did that information? Who told you that?
I told you when your blood work came back, and I didn't understand what that was, and I had you call, and
I lied.
You lied to Mom.
Yeah. I lied to both of you guys. I'm sorry.
So the whole thing about not prescribing if you're already pregnant, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That was her telling you.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe they would have, but I don't understand.
well, they had to call in the prescription. You can't just.
I know, but I don't understand why they would. You're absolutely certain you did not tell them one thing that was not true?
Yes.
Did they ask you the same things over and over again?
No.
Then why were you in here so long? Why did it
They
take
didn't ask me a lot of questions. They just be talking the whole night.
so what about what time did this happen?
This was like the middle of the night, like 3.
I can't believe one of us didn't wake up. I cannot believe it. And it was a Sunday night, May 7th, you're sure of that? Were you feeling bad before then? Did you have any idea what was going on? And did you know you were getting ready to deliver or something?
No, I didn't think. I mean, I hurt really bad, but I didn't think so. I didn't know. I kind of thought maybe.
So what did you do? You went in the bathroom and pushed it out?
I had to. I was in so much pain.
It's amazing how the mother is just saying nothing.
Yeah, upstairs bathroom.
Sorry?
I was just saying, it's amazing how the mother has just sat there and said absolutely nothing except that she could go to jail.
Really? What, the father's just been asking questions?
Yeah.
I might have got a really noisy snack, so I'll have to mute my mic. I found some chippies. Can you hear me?
Yep. No, not crunching.
Why can't they just believe me?
Because you didn't do things normal people would do. We should have gone to the hospital. So therefore, you lied to us. You buried a baby in the backyard. That's why they don't believe you. Because nothing you did makes any sense. That's the thing.
Hey?
He said, I don't believe you. You buried a baby in the backyard. Well, yeah, there is a baby buried in the backyard. So why don't you believe
Across the board, causing problems.
You love me?
I love you.
Do you believe me?
And how do we know if we can believe you? Look at how much you lied to us. That's the biggest problem here. Think about all the times you've lied to us. How do we know if you're telling the truth? That's why I don't know if the doctor can tell. The detective, how do they know? We've known you for 18 years and we don't know you're lying. If you had just told us you were pregnant, it would have been way better than this. You've lied to us so many times and we have no idea what to think. We have no idea what to do. I mean, the last thing I want is for anything to happen to you, but if you can't tell us, what are we supposed to do? If you can't be honest with us, how can we help you?
I don't want you guys to be disappointed in me. Still.
I guess the thing is, once it happens, there's no way you can hide it. And as you see, it's far worse when you let it go.
Mommy, I love you. Skyler, I love you.
Applause.
Yeah, music applause that's come up with the song.
Surely they can't be that stupid that they don't realise the detectives are out there watching and listening.
What did they tell you was going to happen next? Anything?
No, Kate told me I could go home.
Even though they read you your rights and everything? And they never said they were charging you with anything? Or?
It's breathing out.
What did they tell you before they brought us in? Are they coming back? Did they say anything about anything else?
No.
So Brandon has no idea what happened either. Nobody does. I think we can forgive you, but you can't ever lie to us again.
I would never after this. Skyler, you're not going home with us.
I mean, don't start that.
Skyler, I'm telling you, it makes me sick. The cute little bag of popcorn you had, you'll never finish.
Honey, stop, please stop.
Mom. Do you have any idea how we feel? I had some fruit baby by myself. If you could have gotten this, Skyler, I would have helped you so many times. I told you, if you just tell me, I'm always going to be here for you. I've always told you that I love you. How do you think I feel about losing my baby? I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm losing my child. And I've done everything right. You have it.
Okay, please stop. You guys both. We need to stop this right now. We don't know what's going to happen yet. If she told him the truth. I don't even know what they could charge her with. There's no reason to put her.
She a piece of work, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, shoot me now. You're guilty.
Would you ever say that to your child?
No way.
More like, don't worry, baby. We believe you didn't do anything to harm that baby. We'll do everything we can to protect
Gonna
you.
get you out of here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Not, you're not coming home with us and I'm going to lose my baby.
Yeah, that's it.
Uh-huh. I'm kind of getting the idea why she didn't tell her mother.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Her in prison. Doesn't mean what you did is not wrong, and it doesn't mean that it's not going to be trouble. But we don't know yet, so let's don't go there.
It's really hard for me right now. I lost my dad this year. I'm stressed about Jackson. It's just too much for me.
Oh, that's better.
But you guys just work together, okay?
Should have done that from the start.
Exactly.
Figure this out, all right? If Katie said you can go home, let's just go with that, okay?
I need your guys' support.
You shouldn't have to ask for that.
You have our support, but you absolutely have to stop lying, period.
You can see she's just looking for approval. And the mother pulls her hand away.
Yeah.
Would you like water?
I don't know, but I don't know what it takes yet. I have no idea. All we got was the detective told us about the fact that you were pregnant, which we didn't know.
Oh, where's Katie?
Do you want to speak to her?
Can I talk to her, please?
Yeah, I'm going to check her inside, okay?
Hi. Honey, he has to make some phone calls and stuff. He's in the bathroom right now, okay?
and I'll ask him to come in and talk to you and explain to you. It's actually going to be, he's the one that's going to be handling all this, okay? I'm just helping him out. So let me go get him, okay? And I'll see if he can come in here and talk to you and let you know what's happening right now, okay? Calm down, okay? Deep breath.
I know you're sorry. We are where we are. We can't do anything about it.
That does look particularly. I made your head laugh. Come on. Is they coming back in or not?
Did y'all have any questions or want to talk to me or us or anything? That's what we want to know what's that. We're just not sure what's next here. Okay. They're at the house right now. They're just waiting on the two of us. We have to get this signed by the judge right here. Franklin Court is just waiting on us, and we've got to go over there to the house and take care of that part there, and really that's it. We need to look at your phone as well. Is your phone? It's in my truck. Or your car in your truck, sir? Okay. And really that's it. Let me see if I just have a card on me. I do. That's my name right there, and that's my cell number. That's the only phone I have. I answer that 24/7. Do you all? Are you comfortable waiting here for a little bit, or would you rather go somewhere else? I'm sorry, Skyler.
Can you go home, please?
Can you go home, please? Not yet, because as soon as we get down out there, most likely you are going home today. Okay. But we have to go out there and do this part. There's and so we'll go do that. We're going to get this signed, and you're welcome to stay right here while we do that, or you're welcome to go somewhere else. I can let you all kind of talk about that and see, and then we'll be coming right back here. I guess we're better off just waiting here then, but she's obviously at a panic mode that she's going to jail. Understand. As of right now, unless I hear something different from the prosecutor's office, you are not going to jail. Okay. As of right now, and that's probably 90% that you're not going to jail. Okay. I don't know why I don't know why all of a sudden I get a call and say, okay, we've given it further consideration. So there's 90% chance that you're not going to jail. And I think what she did though, is that a chargeable offense? Yes. Yeah. So there is some legal issue that we've got to face. Yeah, there's definitely potentially, but not certainly. If I'm making sense, she certainly faces it potentially, but it's not certain that she will face any criminal consequence for it. Well, the one thing I was trying to clarify, and this is something I think we were talking about, she went to the doctor. She found out she was pregnant, but they prescribed her with birth control pills, and she started taking with what kind of pills? Birth control pills. And I guess that was the part we were lost, because we didn't think she would be prescribed with birth control pills if she was pregnant. Yeah, and that not contribute. I think I understand that myself. That's what, and I asked her several times to make sure she was being honest with us about this. But she went to the doctor. They told us her to follow a schedule a follow-up, which she did not. But we got the call. Her prescription was ready. She got it, and she started taking the pill. And she's been taking it ever since. And that's why we didn't have any clue that she was. I didn't absolutely know she was already, understandably.
So you're going to go to my house, and then you'll come back and tell me. You'll go to my house and tell me, and then
we are going to go to your house right now. Yeah.
What's going on?
And then we'll be coming right back here. Okay. Well, I guess just do what you got to do. We'll just wait here. We've got several people calling us. We're just not. No, and you weren't her phone. It's right. Yeah, let's do that part, I guess, and then we won't have.
Mr. Mullins, Ms. Yazel, could you go ahead and collect our transcripts, please? You can just set them on the exhibit table.
I wonder what her father thought of that, watching that back.
Yeah.
And the mother's not there.
Mother's not there.
Oh, heaven forbid someone see her in court. What will the neighbours think?
Gentlemen, because of some logistic and some scheduling issues that really don't have anything to do with what you're doing, we are going to break for today. So we're not going to be coming back today. We are going to be resuming tomorrow morning at 8:45 again. Remember the things that I have told you. You are not to begin discussing the case amongst yourselves. You are also not to form any opinions about how this case should be decided. Remember what I have told you about interacting with the people at home, about social media, about reading about this case on the internet or watching any television. You need to, again, stay away from any media coverage that might be out there. And we will see everybody back here tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Let's plan on being here at 8:45 with the idea that we are going to start at 9 o'clock. Anything else, Mr. Knippen? Mr. Vickers? All right, Mr. Mullins, you can take the jury out.
Your Honor, with your permission, we'd just like to put the objection on the record regarding the fact that the tapes were cut and that it was our preference to play the entirety of the interrogations for a number of reasons that I think we'd like, you know them, I just like to put them on record.
Go ahead.
He wanted the whole 7.5 hours.
Mr. Rickers mentioned, as the court is aware, there were a number of hours that this interrogation video went on. Original discussion of this court was that it would be cut at 14:21:47 when Lieutenant Fain left the room.
We don't want to hear their objections to that, do we?
No, not really.
No. Well, that's the end of day 2. Next one is day 3. And that starts with the forensic pathologist. And that, who else have we got? Forensic pathologist and a Dr. Krista Latham. All right, so that's what?
There's one of them on, I know, but I just wanted to punch in the face, like, geez, this woman. But anyway, I think you'll agree with my view of that doctor.
4.5, 5. Oh, I've doubled up on a couple of these. I think there might be about 5 hours of footage for day 4. No, I don't need that one. We just watched that one. Excuse me. So day 3. Oh, these are all in.
I don't think they're in order.
Yeah, there's probably about maybe 5.5 hours of day 3.
Yeah.
And in day 4 to 3.5, 5, 5.5, 6.5, 7, 8. Freaking hell. It's about 10 hours for day 5, more.
Yeah.
Then day 6 is only 3 hours. So, all right, we might have to split day 4 into 2 days. So what's
think so.
Today, Tuesday, so we'll probably do I'll try and get as much of day 3 out tomorrow. Hopefully all of it, and then Thursday, day
Friday.
4, and finish off day 4 and day 5 on Friday. And if I have to do Saturday with the closings are only, we've got rebuttal as well. So closings are about 40 hour and a half, and then 10 minutes of rebuttal. So yeah, we can do day 5 and the verdict, the closings verdict, if I have to on Saturday. That's all right.
Yeah.
That'll have to be after my after my panel on
yes.
Friday night. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me just double check my emails to see if she's got back to me. No, but I do believe it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this Friday on Miss Mandy Reacts, and it's a panel with Aussie Insider discussing the Karen Reid trial and updates. And I don't know if you've seen Aussie Insider. She's amazing. She does so many technical things. That I think her son is some IT specialist, so she does a lot of reconstructions of stuff, and she's analysed a lot of the footage. She's the one that flipped the Sally Port videos and showed how it was done. Yeah. So she's amazing. And I think she's in Queensland. So yeah, that should be good. So that's Friday, but we shall continue on with this on the morrow. I believe it's 5 hours I've been streaming. That's no wonder my back's a bit sore.
Thank you. I got to go for a wee walk.
Yeah. I broke the seal. All right, my lovelies. Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're welcome. Anytime, darling, anytime. Stay safe over there. Hopefully everyone has got their power back on, and
yes.
Yeah, there's been some massive damage over there. Oh, the stories they were telling yesterday, it's awful.
Yes, I was listening to it.
So, yes, stay safe, stay warm, look after yourselves, make good choices. Drugs are bad, okay? And listen to your children, love them without any
judgment or
absolutely unconditionally, just
no strings. Yeah.
Oh. Thank you, Kelly. Mwah. Stay safe, look after yourself, and we shall see you same time, same bad channel. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, love you all. Arrivederci. Thanks, Tan. Bye-bye.
Covering true crime and police arrest, where the judges move and the defense rests. Watching courts and trials, criminals at best, where the gavel drops and the defense rests. If you love true crime and you want to find the time and the defense rests.